A shriek tore through the fabric of reality. Why are you doing this? A woman, her form shifting through infinite colors, stood suspended before an incomprehensibly massive tree. Her voice echoed not through air, but through the very latticework of the cosmos, reverberating with anguish. This doesn't make any sense. With a mere flick of her wrist, stars distorted and dimensions quaked. Her emotions rippled through existence like tidal waves across spacetime. Why must you betray everything we built? Our promise. Before her stood a tree so vast that planets looked like dust motes. Its roots entwined galaxies. Its canopy stretched across the cosmic dome, casting shadows over entire star systems. This path you're taking, it's reckless chaos. There's no certainty, just ruin. The woman's desperate words rang out, but the tree stood silent, its bark glowing with iridescent fractures. From those cracks, liquid light, the sap of the cosmos, dripped, forming stars where it fell. Even its death defied logic. You'll destroy the heavenly layers. Countless galaxies will collapse. Life will end. Her voice wavered. You are the universal tree, the core of reality itself. You are the laws of physics. Without you, there is nothing. The colossal being remained unmoved, even as its presence grew fainter. Its essence unraveled slowly, elegantly. The woman fell to her knees, sobbing. Why are you killing yourself? Her voice softened into a whisper, a broken plea. If you die, I won't be able to spend eternity with you. But there was no reply, just the hum of unraveling order. Then, from above, a single golden leaf descended. The woman's tears flowed freely as it landed in her hand. She held it to her chest, reverently. I see. She pressed her power into the leaf, gentle and full of promise. If life blooms again, I swear I'll find you. This time, I will guide you, no matter how small, no matter how unaware. Even if you're just a seed, I'll teach you what it means to live, to love. Her words shimmered in the dying light. I, Chaosra Velithra, will love you in every form, even as a tree, even as a leaf, even as a memory. And then the universe collapsed. Reality crumbled like sand. What remained was a still ocean of energy. No time, no space, no life. Eons passed, or perhaps none at all. Then, at last, a flicker, an infinitesimal shift in a particle, a reaction, a ripple, and like a spark in dry tinder, energy moved. Ether, Foer, anima, new forces were born. Explosion, expansion, time and space reignited. From silence came the song of creation. Stars were born, galaxies spun, worlds formed, and far, far away, a cry echoed in a verdant world. A child had been born. Cinderiel, her mother whispered, a girl with blazing orange eyes, born of sylvan mother and human father. On a world where nature and magic shaped all, she was destined to walk among wonders. One day she saw it, the world tree, majestic, towering, its silhouette shaped like a woman embracing the sky. Mom, why is that big tree there? That's a world tree, my love. Our ancestor. But Cinderiel's heart beat faster, not from curiosity, but recognition. Then she saw it, a dull, yellow leaf. It drifted on the wind, unnoticed by all. Except her. Her soul screamed. Her hand struggled. Her voice cried, catch it, please. But the leaf was lost. She wept until sleep took her. Unseen by all, the wind carried the leaf through the sky. It shimmered faintly, bathed in the last light of a promise. And at that moment, far in the depths of the cosmos, 7 lights stirred. And in a forgotten corner of the universe, kaleidoscopic eyes opened once more. I'm coming back. A shriek tore through the fabric of reality. Why are you doing this? A woman, her form shifting through infinite colors, stood suspended before an incomprehensibly massive tree. Her voice echoed not through air, but through the very latticework of the cosmos, reverberating with anguish. This doesn't make any sense. With a mere flick of her wrist, stars distorted and dimensions quaked. Her emotions rippled through existence like tidal waves across space-time. Why must you betray everything we built? Our promise. Before her stood a tree so vast that planets looked like dust motes. Its roots entwined galaxies. Its canopy stretched across the cosmic dome, casting shadows over entire star systems. This path you're taking, it's reckless chaos. There's no certainty, just ruin. The woman's desperate words rang out, but the tree stood silent, its bark glowing with iridescent fractures. From those cracks, liquid light, the sap of the cosmos, dripped, forming stars where it fell. Even its death defied logic. You'll destroy the heavenly layers. Countless galaxies will collapse. Life will end. Her voice wavered. You are the universal tree, the core of reality itself. You're the laws of physics. Without you, there is nothing. The colossal being remained unmoved, even as its presence grew fainter. Its essence unraveled slowly, elegantly. The woman fell to her knees, sobbing, "Why are you killing yourself?" Her voice softened into a whisper, a broken plea. "If you die, I won't be able to spend eternity with you." But there was no reply, just a hum of unraveling order. Then, from above, a single golden leaf descended. The woman's tears flowed freely as it landed in her hand. She held it to her chest, reverently. "I see." She pressed her power into the leaf, gentle and full of promise. "If life blooms again, I swear I'll find you. This time, I will guide you, no matter how small, no matter how unaware. Even if you're just a seed, I'll teach you what it means to live, to love." Her words shimmered in the dying light. "I, Chaosera Velethra, will love you in every form, even as a tree, even as a leaf, even as a memory." And then the universe collapsed. Reality crumbled like sand. What remained was a still ocean of energy. No time, no space, no life. Eons passed, or perhaps none at all. Then, at last, a flicker, an infinitesimal shift in a particle. A reaction, a ripple, and like a spark in dry tinder, energy moved. Ether, foer, anima. New forces were born. Explosion, expansion, time and space reignited. From silence came the song of creation. Stars were born, galaxies spun, worlds formed, and far, far away, a cry echoed in a verdant world. A child had been born. Cinderiel, her mother whispered, a girl with blazing orange eyes, born of a sylvan mother and human father. On a world where nature and magic shaped all, she was destined to walk among wonders. One day she saw it, the world tree, majestic, towering, its silhouette shaped like a woman embracing the sky. "Mom, why is that big tree there?" "That's a world tree, my love. Our ancestor." But Cinderiel's heart beat faster, not from curiosity, but recognition. Then she saw it, a dull, yellow leaf. It drifted on the wind, unnoticed by all, except her. Her soul screamed. Her hand struggled. Her voice cried, "Catch it, please." But the leaf was lost. She wept until sleep took her. Unseen by all, the wind carried the leaf through the sky. It shimmered faintly, bathed in the last light of a promise. And at that moment, far in the depths of the cosmos, 7 lights stirred. And in a forgotten corner of the universe, kaleidoscopic eyes opened once more. "I'm coming back." Sylvans were the evolution of plant life into organic and intelligent life. But how could a flower evolve into a humanoid being? The secret lay in the trees. Some trees were far more alive than humans ever imagined. Silent, aware, and occasionally able to bear progeny with other species. They were not just flora, they were the bridge. Yet not all trees evolved this way. The shift was once a coincidence, an ancient miracle. A first tree that became something more, and from her, others followed. Among the races that sprang from this evolution, none were male. Both Sylvans and the tree folk were exclusively female. But usually doesn't mean always. This is the story of one such anomaly. A tree with no great power, no notable size, just a small sapling. And her name is Tianlian Lu Shu.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
A week had gone by since our tree reached level 1. During this week, Tianlian Lu Shu did nothing much but relish in her newfound complex thoughts. She would spend her days happily while thinking about many things. Moreover, she was accompanied by many more beings than before. A beautiful pair of butterflies were resting on one of her branches while a small bird chirped as it rested on another. Around her, she could see small crickets like rodents and a few other tinier little bugs flying around her. This was all thanks to Charm of the Seedling. These little animals were attracted by her aura, accompanying our previous solitary tree. While Lu Shu happily looked around her, a message entered her ear. Charm of the Seedling has attracted a river beaver level 5. Proficiency increased by 5. 103 out of 100. Charm of the Seedling has leveled up. Charm of the Seedling attracts small animals and insects to the area, fostering a harmonious ecosystem. F. Rank level 2, 3 out of 200. Lu Shu smiled happily. Another friend. She used World Tree Eye to look over and saw a much bigger creature than what she had seen until now. With a brown-furred body, a peculiarly flat and wide tail, and a rounded body, the beaver slowly ambled toward our tree, looking at it as if it were a treasure. So big. The beaver was enormous for Lu Shu, who was accustomed to seeing small birds and rodents. HM, why is it looking at me like that? As she observed the new creature that slowly approached with a strange glint in its eyes, she saw a few of the other animals around her move away, making her a bit sad. Oh, why are they leaving? System hint. Thanks to your World Tree racial trait, you can focus on creatures to see their system stats. If the level or strength difference is too big, you won't be able to see anything, and the other party might discover your attempt. Lu Shu's branches swayed as she looked at the new set of words that appeared in her mind. Focus? How do I do that? Sadly, another message never came. Lu Shu looked intently at the approaching beaver, and when it was about 3 meters away, something suddenly appeared in her mind. Name. Titles. Tree cutter, gained after felling 100 trees. Race, river beaver. Energy method. Level. 5, 254/1470. Ether mana shards. 107 of 107. Foer body shards. 345 of 345. Anima energy shards. 110 out of 110. Attributes. Ether, 2. Physique, 6. Anima, 2. Willpower, 5. Destiny, 10. Affinity percentage. Ether resonance, 7. Physique refinement, 15. Anima affinity, 10. Resistance percentage. Ether resistance, 4. Physique resistance, 7. Spiritual resistance, 4. Mental resistance, 6. Talents. Bark bite, F rank level 3. Gnaw on a tree and decrease its physical resistance by 10%. Passive. Dam building, D rank level 1. Innately know how to build a dam and a nest in a river. Our Lu Shu looked at it and blinked, curious. Oh, the numbers are different from mine. Her eyes slowly looked at the system interface that just appeared, and her slow mind began thinking about what some of those words meant, and by the time the beaver was 1 meter away from her, she finally understood. Tree cutter. Seeing the beaver slowly approach, Lu Shu was terrified. With a teary voice, she began telling it to go away. Don't come close. Bad beaver. However, since her words couldn't be communicated, the beaver approached and reached her trunk side, making her feel a chill. Whoa, is this how Lu Shu ends? While Lu Shu lamented her short life, the beaver opened his mouth and chomped on the side of our tree. Clang! The sound of something biting a very hard material echoed. A river beaver has dealt 1 point of damage to you. You've dealt 3 points of damage to river beaver. Lu Shu, who was prepared for pain like no other, couldn't help but become confused when the bite felt very light. Curious, she read the new set of words that appeared in her mind. She opened her World Tree eyes again and looked at the beaver, which had tears in its eyes as it held its mouth. Lu Shu was naturally confused. What happened to the bad beaver? The beaver looked in confusion and pain at the trunk, which only had a minor blemish because of its bite. It had never met a trunk as solid as this one. While the beaver was level 5, and our little tree was only level 1, Lu Shu's natural defense and regeneration were outstanding. Moreover, her physique attribute was higher than the beaver's, while the physical resistance was also very high, making its attacks deal very little damage to her. The fact that the beaver's teeth didn't break when chomping down was the beaver's good luck that it encountered Lu Shu as a tiny level 1 being. System hint: killing enemies grants experience. Little Lu Shu looked at those words and pondered. Killing. System hint: killing an enemy means reducing their foe to 0. Lu Shu received system hints because of her immaturity as a world tree. World trees could be said to be the little darlings of the universe, so they were aided by the system when their knowledge was lacking in some aspects. While Lu Shu read the system hints, the beaver began attacking her again, making a few red damage numbers to appear. This time, it was cautious as it gnawed to not damage itself. The world tree looked at the beaver attacking her and pondered. So, killing is ending a creature's life. It is part of the cycle of life and death. The words she read from the system hints gave a fuzzy part of her young mind a clear understanding of the basic principles of the world. While one might think that world trees would love all life and be generous and forgiving, that was not entirely the case. It was true that most world trees preferred a non-confrontational approach. However, these trees weren't revered just because of the benefits they provided to creatures. They were revered because very few could keep their lives when someone provoked a world tree. Lu Shu's mind became cold as her willow-like branches moved without wind, and her gaze locked on the beaver, biting her trunk. Then, she read one of her skills. Willow Strike F. Rank level 10 out of 100. The world tree is from a willow family, with characteristic long but thin branches. She can use ether mana to move them and strike a target. Range 5 meters. Lu Shu focused on this skill and felt the ether energies rushing along her body and enveloping her branches. The beaver that was biting the trunk suddenly felt its entire being explode with danger signals and wanted to leave, but it was too late. Willow Strike. Bang! The tree's branch was like a metal whip, landing on the back of the beaver with fearsome strength for a level 1 being. The strike sunk into the beaver's back, reaching the spine and damaging it greatly. Dash 50. The beaver's brain felt light as a massive wave of pain coursed through its body, and the hind legs stopped responding for a second. Meanwhile, Lu Shu looked at the consumption of ether mana and saw that only 5 points were lost. Then, without hesitating a single moment, the willow's branches began moving with ruthless precision. Willow Strike. Dash 38. Willow Strike. Dash 22. Willow Strike. Dash 71. Willow Strike. Dash 36. Willow Strike. Dash 44. Willow Strike. Dash 68. The sounds of several whip lashes landing on the beaver were heard. The small animal had no chance at resisting the barrage of attacks, and its foe plummeted. This continued until a message appeared in Lu Shu's mind. Congratulations on defeating River Beaver level 5. You've gained 9 experience points. System hint: different damage values will be shown depending on where the strike lands. Weak points have a chance at instantly killing a creature. Lu Shu's branches stopped moving, and they softened again while the gentle wind that came moved them with a rustling sound. Other than nature's sounds, the surroundings became silent, returning peace to the young world tree. Curious, Lu Shu observed the slightly deformed body of the relatively large creature. I see. So this is death. Interesting. There was no pity or discomfort in Lu Shu's heart. The cycle of life and death was part of nature, and as a world tree, one of the closest beings to nature, death didn't affect her in the same way it would human. This didn't mean she was unafraid or indifferent about death, as she had shown anxiety previously when she thought that the beaver would chop her down. After looking at it for a few seconds, Lu Shu lost interest and observed her surroundings. Seeing that there were no creatures, she became a bit sad. Oh, did my hit scare them away? Her branches swayed gloomily, showing sadness. However, our little tree was quick to recover from her gloomy mood and she became cheerful again. When will the next little friend come? Her eyes landed on the willow strike skill and saw that the proficiency had increased. She gave her system page a look. Name: Tianlian Lu Shu. Titles: Awakened, a title that's gained when a tree gains sapience and evolves, gaining human-like intelligence. World Tree, a tree that can grow to be an overlord, admired by many, hated by some. Hidden titles: 9. Race: World Tree. Energy method: Basic world energy gathering. Gathers experience points * level per day. Level: 10/150. Ether mana shards: 58 of 113, plus 4.07/hour. Foer body shards: 169/176, plus 6.34/hour. Anima energy shards: 12120, plus 4.32/hour. Attributes: Ether, 7 plus 2, Physique, 9 plus 4, Anima, 8 plus 2, Willpower, 10, Destiny, 100. Affinity percentage: Ether resonance, 25, Physique refinement, 35, Anima affinity, 20. Resistance percentage: Ether resistance, 28, Physique resistance, 48, Spiritual resistance, 35, Mental resistance, 49. Talents: Enchanted growth, E plus rank level 10/18,000. Nature's gift, F, rank level 10/100. Willow strike, F, rank level 170/100. Passive skill: World Tree Heart, a rank level 10/589900. World Tree Eye, C rank level 1/122/144000. World Tree Wisdom, SSS rank level max. Charm of the Seedling, F, rank level 2, 3 out of 200. Accumulated experience, 16. Seeing the numbers grow, our Lu Shu felt happy. I'm growing. She was very laid back about her development, but she was happy with her progress. Since she was just a tree, the concept of using her talents constantly to increase proficiency was not in her mind. After her encounter with the beaver, another 3 days passed. Thanks to the beaver's corpse, our Lu Shu had a few new visitors during this time. She saw a few larger-than-usual birds with dark plumage called crows, and the strongest one was even a level 6 crow. The thought of attacking them never crossed her mind. If World Tree were not provoked, they would never attack at will to become stronger. They would grow naturally and slowly. Of course, the attraction of these birds increased her proficiency with Charm of the Seedling, Skill 2 entire levels, upgrading it to F, rank level 4. These crows seemed quite comfortable around her, and they had called their friends to set up their nests in nearby, more giant trees. Still, they would swoop down and land on Lu Shu's branches from time to time, as her aura was very appealing to all creatures. Thinking of something, Lu Shu looked at her skills and observed her nature's gift skill. Fruits. If I create fruits, will these little friends eat them and come often? Thinking like that, Lu Shu began moving her ether mana and anima energy around her body, slowly allowing it to flow toward her branches. You've created Delicious Berry Flower. Delicious Berry Flower, F rank, a blue flower that blooms with 3 delicious berry after germinating for 30 days. Delicious Berry, F rank, is a common, seedless berry with a savory taste and good scent. Low-level animals love it, especially birds. It can give 1 experience point when level 9 and lower creatures consume it. Maximum 3 a day. System hint: you can pour 1 ether mana and anima energy daily into each flower to reduce the germinating period by 10 days. Lu Shu read everything slowly, absorbing the information, and then felt elated. I hope they like my fruits. After using 10 ether mana and 10 anima energy, 20 flower buds appeared along the long branches of the world tree. After that, Lu Shu smoothly controlled the energies in her body and fed each flower with extra energy, making her consume 30 ether mana and 30 anima energy in total. The flower buds glowed softly and opened at a visible speed, becoming half-opened and gaining their characteristic blue color in just 2 hours. Lu Shu looked at her skill and saw that she had gained 3 proficiency points. Feeling proud and delighted, her branches softly danced, and her aura spread and gently surrounded all the animals and plants around her. Days were calm for Lu Shu. Her every day consisted of leisurely looking at her surroundings while growing fruits, and sometimes using her other skill called Enchanted Growth. Still, Enchanted Growth was a skill that consumed too much energy. So, after she used it the first day and got dizzy after just a few seconds of using it, she never used it again. The consumption of the E+ rank skill was still too much for a level 1 being, even if this being was a world tree. While her days passed, a system hint would arrive from time to time, clarifying a few doubts our little Lu Shu might had. For example, she learned that the power level difference was increasingly vaster as levels increased. Another example was that skills grew in rank whenever they reached level 5 and capped in proficiency. For example, Charm of the Seedling was level 4 not long ago, but earlier that day, the skill had grown to rank F, level 5 with 498 to 500 proficiency. While looking at that number, Lu Shu was expectant of seeing it grow to another level. Our little tree saw a beetle with a beautiful yellow shell flying and landing on one of her branches with a delicious berry, and the notification was triggered. Charm of the Seedling has attracted a level 3 earth beetle. Proficiency increased by 3. 501/500. Charm of the Seedling has reached the maximum level. Spend 15 experience to increase its tier. When Lu Shu heard the second message, her mind was filled with surprise. I need to spend experience? System hint. When a skill reaches level 5, it can evolve and increase in tier. The level will be reset to 1, but the effects will go under a qualitative change. Experience needed depends on the tier of the skill. Difficulty in gaining proficiency for the skill will increase. Lu Shu took her time reading the message and understanding it. After 1 hour, she finally understood everything. Thoughtful, her branches swayed as, should I do it? Her focus changed to the accumulated experience. Accumulated experience, 91. During the last few days, a few minor bugs tried to eat her berries before they were mature, so she swatted them with her branches, giving her about 2 experience points per kill. Then, Lu Shu's eyes went to her level. Level 1, 0 out of 150. Our little tree's mind slowly moved. Should I save for the level up? If she had brows, they would be scrunched to the point of touching. This was the second most arduous decision of her life. For those curious, the most difficult was when she chose not to level up in the past to keep her title. An outstanding achievement for our little tree. As she thought about what to do, the sun in the sky was about to hide on the horizon. She was a tree, after all, so she took her time. Finally, after much consideration, she chose to use the experience to tier up the talent. Her reasoning was nothing but thinking that since she liked being surrounded by other beings, she might as well upgrade the thing that allowed her to meet all the little animals flocking around her. Our Lu Shu had nothing but time on her hands, so she wasn't hasty to level up. With that decided, after she gave the daily energy to the flowers growing delicious berries on her branches, she looked at the little friends that played around her and used the experience. 15 experience points consumed. Charm of the Seedling has gone from F rank to F rank. Charm of the Seedling, F rank level 10 out of 200. Attracts small animals and insects to the area, fostering a harmonious ecosystem. There's a very small chance of attracting a friendly, bigger animal or insect that will help protect you. Creatures below the F rank will be affected with much ease. Range, 20 meters. When the skill improved, a gentle ripple of energy spread from Lu Shu to about 20 meters around her. The plants, animals, and insects in the surroundings stopped for a second and looked at the 2-meter-tall tree, their eyes, even when they didn't have intelligence, gaining a gleam of gentleness. However, while friendly creatures were attracted, the tree's aura also drew other types of creatures. A few moments before upgrading the talent, a quadrupedal green beast with a tree bark-like skin, about 1.5 meters long, was leisurely walking in the forest. Because it was getting late, the beast was returning to his dwellings. This beast was a level 7 thornstride. This kind of creature fed on plants, small animals, and trees. It was a predator that evolved from plants, with an appearance similar to a lizard, with a muscular body and sharp claws that it used to slice trees, and a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth to pierce into the bark and feed on it. In a world where creatures that evolved from plant life appeared, predators specialized in eating trees were not uncommon. As it walked, the thornstride suddenly felt a fluctuation to its right. The pupils of the creature shrunk as the scent tempted its stomach. As a level 7 being, it was like a tiny overlord in the nearby zone. Its strength as a predator was higher than most creatures in a small range. Its body shifted directions, and it began walking toward where the tempting aura originated from. Meanwhile, Lu Shu, whose roots were already spread in an area of 15 meters, saw the beast approaching from the foliage. When Lu Shu saw the beast, she focused on it to see its stats. It was something she did often after her encounter with the beaver. Name: Frar. Titles: Tribe heir, he is the son of the Thornstride tribe chief and was personally appointed to be the successor. After the user reaches level 10, this title will be replaced by Tribe Chieftain. Tree Devour, gained after eating 100 trees of level 3 and above. Damage against tree beings increased by 5%. Race: Barkskin Thornstride. Energy method: Level 7, 254/1470. Ether mana shards: 150 of 150. Foer body shards: 725/725. Anima energy shards: 231 of 231. Attributes: Ether 2, Physique 9, Anima 3, Willpower 7, Destiny 7. Affinity percentage: Ether resonance 7, Physique refinement 15, Anima affinity 10. Resistance percentage: Ether resistance 4, Physique resistance 8, Spiritual resistance 5, Mental resistance 7. Talents: Thorn Chomp, F rank level 4. Bite a tree and decrease its physical resistance by 20%. Stride Slash, F plus rank level 1. Slash with the powerful claws. Ignore 10% defense if it is a tree. Passive: Acute Nose, F plus rank level 3. Your nose is 4 times stronger than usual. You can catch the scent of creatures that would boost your strength if they are 5 levels lower than you. Bark Skin, F rank level 2. Your skin is tough and resistant to slash and piercing damage. Low-level thorns do nothing to you. Reduce those 2 damage types by 10%. Lu Shu saw those numbers and skills and was stunned. This thing had almost 7 times her Foer body shards. Thankfully, her attributes were still stronger than its attributes. But with such a strong vitality, Lu Shu felt that if this beast had bad intentions, it would be very difficult for her. She couldn't help but lament. In the end, Lu Shu is not fated to live for long. Why has this bad friend come? System hint: it's your fault. Lu Shu was shocked. My fault? How? As she thought of these things, the Thornstride had closed a distance, and when he was 10 meters away from Lu Shu, he finally spotted her. The reptilian eyes of the creature shone with joy when it spotted her. Lu Shu felt the greedy desire from the creature, and her mind cooled down, setting aside her laments. Her aura leaked, showing her strength as a world tree, which made the Thornstride stop for a second and become wary. Although Lu Shu was just a level 1, that didn't mean she was weak. Her physique alone was 13 points, for more than the creature, not to mention her other attributes were also far superior. The only reason her vitality was low was her low level. Moreover, after killing bugs and such that bothered her, Willow Strike had leveled up, becoming stronger than before. After measuring our Lu Shu for some moments, Fur leaped forward with incredible agility. While a tree's thought process was usually slow, it only applied outside of combat. When a tree fought, it concentrated every single fiber of its body into the fight, making the thought process equal and, sometimes, superior to that of common creatures. When Far was 5 meters away from Lu Shu, ether mana flowed from her trunk, enveloping one of her dropping branches, and it lashed like a whip at astonishing speed. Frar's pupils constricted, and he moved his face to avoid a direct hit. Bang! The tree branch landed squarely across the shoulder-neck area, leaving behind a trail of blood. 72. A large number appeared in Lu Shu's mind, but she completely ignored that as her world tree. I focused on the creature's every movement, for had retreated a few meters, frowning in pain. To think that my tough skin would be so easily damaged. This tree is stronger than it looks. That's right, this creature had thoughts, as it was a sapient being. Of course, its intelligence was far from that of an average human or Sylvan, but it had enough mental development to form simple thoughts. For a moment, Far thought of returning to his tribe and informing them about this tree. However, when he thought that his father would probably eat it without giving him anything, he frowned. The scent Lu Shu emanated was very tempting, and greed clouded Frar's judgment. With his hiss-like roar, Far leaped forward, intending to exchange injury for injury. Naturally, Lu Shu had observed Frar's abilities, and she knew that letting him close the distance between them would be very dangerous. Her willow-like branch came alive, and without holding back, she began lashing at the creature. Willow strike, willow strike, willow strike, willow strike, willow strike. While Far closed the 5-meter range between him and Lu Shu, 5 strikes hit him, stealing more than half of the beast's vitality. The pain was so bad that it made his eyesight blurry, and as a primarily wild creature, the instinct to flee dominated his mind for a second. However, a whiff of Lu Shu's tempting scent tickled his sharp olfactory sense, making his blood boil in excitement, and he continued charging forward, disregarding everything. After tanking those 5 hits, he finally entered melee range. Lu Shu looked at the beast that was raising its claws and prepared, making her foe surround her trunk. Resist it! Frar's eyes shone, and his long claw gleamed with the sun's reflection. Then he used his most vigorous attack, Stride Slash. This attack was able to divide trees in half that were even 3 times as thick as the tree before him. So he was confident. Lu Shu was a stationary tree, so dodging was impossible. The claw of the beast struck Lu Shu's trunk, digging inside 1 centimeter and inflicting severe damage. 66. Her vitality was only 176 points, and receiving such damage even after her damage reduction passives was impressive. However, Far was stunned. Lu Shu's trunk was not that thick, so he thought that a single strike would be enough to slice the tree in half. However, to his surprise, he only saw a deep mark that began spilling honey-colored, glistening sap. The scent of the sap made his body react, and he opened his mouth, wanting to chomp forward. However, before he could do that, all the branches of the world tree moved, and a notification appeared in Lu Shu's mind. You've created Willow Strike Barrage, F rank level 1. Then, Frar's mouth was forcefully closed as a powerful strike hit his head several times per second. Bang! 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 41! 41! 41! 41! 41! 41! Hit after hit landed on him, and although they were weaker than previously, the number of attacks was incomparable. Frar's legs bent, unable to bear the strength of the attacks, and his body was struck constantly against the ground. After 3 seconds, Far felt the attacks stop, his vitality nothing but a sliver away from death. This time, completely scared, he tried to stand up and leave. However, the branches of the world tree began moving again. Those who offended a world tree would not be left alive by it. Willow Strike Barrage. The long branches began moving again, delivering another rain of attacks, each strike creating a loud bang. Since most of them fell on his head, Far couldn't even roar in pain. After being repeatedly hit, his skull shattered, and his consciousness finally disappeared. The body of the beast looked swollen and mangled, with the skin split in several places as if someone had dug into him. Congratulations on defeating Bark Thornstride level 7. You've gained 19 experience points. When that message entered Lu Shu's mind, her branches stopped the assault, returning to their gentle swaying. Right after, when Lu Shi returned to her natural state of mind, the world began spinning around her. Her mind felt light and fuzzy as her world tree. I couldn't even properly give her a look at the outcome. Oh, wow, the world is spinning. Curious, she looked at her ether mana and exclaimed, wow, I have so little left. Ether mana, 11 of 113. Our poor Lu Shi had ether mana deficiency. Previously, Lu Shi had been feeding her berries with her ether mana. So, after using Willow Strike 5 times and Willow Strike Barrage twice, her ether mana almost reached 0, making her feel lightheaded. But other than that, Lu Shi managed to regain her investment in the skill after killing Frar. Spending 15 experience and gaining 19 later, she netted a total of 4 experience points. Name: Tiantian Lu Shi. Titles: Awakened, a title that's gained when a tree gains sapience and evolves, gaining human-like intelligence. World Tree, a tree that can grow to be an overlord, admired by many, hated by some. Hidden titles: 9. Race: World Tree. Energy method: Basic world energy gathering, gathers experience points * level per day. Level: 10/150. Ether mana shards: 11 of 113, plus 4.07/hour. Foer body shards: 110/176, plus 6.34/hour. Anima energy shards: 91/120, plus 4.32/hour. Attributes: Ether, 7 plus 2, Physique, 9 plus 4, Anima, 8 plus 2, Willpower, 10, Destiny, 100. Affinity percentage: Ether resonance, 25, Physique refinement, 35, Anima affinity, 20. Resistance percentage: Ether resistance, 23, Physique resistance, 29, Spiritual resistance, 24, Mental resistance, 26. Talents: Enchanted growth, E plus rank level 1/2/18,000. Nature's gift F, rank level 2, 140 out of 200. Willow Strike F, rank level 30/300. Willow Strike Barrage F, rank level 1, 20/200. The World Tree uses all her branches to strike at her enemy. She can use ether mana to trigger this skill, allowing her to attack for 3 seconds uninterrupted. Range 3 meters. Passive skills: World Tree Heart, a rank level 10/5899900. World Tree Eye, C rank level 1 221/1444000. World Tree Wisdom, SSS rank level max. Charm of the Seedling, F rank level 1 7 out of 200. Attract small animals and insects to the area, fostering a harmonious ecosystem. There's a very small chance of attracting a friendly, bigger animal or insect that will help protect you. Creatures below the F rank will be affected with much ease. Range 20 meters. Accumulated experience 94. The next morning, Lu Shi felt much better. During the night, her ether mana had recovered by more than half, while her foer shards had already completely recovered. The wound on her bark had closed, and only the glistening sap remained on her trunk. That, too, had started to harden, and soon it would crystallize and fall off her trunk. Tree sap was mostly made of water, with minerals and sugars mixed in it, so when interacting with air, the water would evaporate, leaving behind a concentrated matter of sugar and minerals. As a world tree, her sap was incredibly precious, but there was no one who could collect it without being smacked in the head. Of course, there had been plenty of bugs that tried to eat it. The scent it emitted was extremely tempting, but Lu Shi felt strange each time a creature tried to eat it, and she smacked them away with her branches. These bugs were nothing but level 1 F rank creatures, so they would all get killed by a single strike. As a level 1 being, she would gain about 1 experience point when killing F rank level 1 beings. For level 0 beings, she didn't earn anything. As a result, her accumulated experience had taken a significant leap, reaching 122 points. Tianlian Lu Shi didn't know if this was good or bad. After all, She was killing quite a few living beings. However, other than feeling a bit doubtful, there was no reluctance in her movements. A good day. The sun is nice, and the wind is moving my branches. She was actually quite in a good mood. Basic World Energy Gathering has triggered. You have gained 1 experience point. Lu Shu's good mood got even better. Now I have 123 points. BZZZ. Smack. Now I have 124 points. Somehow, the tone of this exclamation was not as cheery as previously. Of course, as a tree, she didn't really feel annoyed, just a bit exasperated. Seeing the splattered bug through her world tree eye, Lu Shu sighed in her mind. When will my sap lose its effectiveness? As she thought that, a level 2 jungle fly approached, and her branch moved like a whip, smacking that fly into smithereens. Congratulations on defeating Jungle Fly Level 2. You've gained 1 experience point. Another message popped in her mind as she pondered what to do with her sap. Even as a level 2 being, because of her high natural tier, the fly only gave her 1 experience point. Lu Shu looked at her branches and saw that many of the flowers were about to grow into berries, so she willed it in her mind. You've reduced the ripening time by 10 days on 30 flowers, minus 30 ether mana, minus 30 anima energy. Looking at her branches with anticipation, Lu Shu saw her energies rush from her core up her trunk and into her branches. The soft glow of energy surrounded those 30 flowers, and the seed in the middle of the dark blue flowers began swelling. At first, it was a greenish and unripe fruit that appeared, but visible to the naked eye, the fruit swelled and gained a beautiful dark blue color, similar to the flower it grew from. Satisfied with her new fruits, Lu Shu gleefully thought in her mind, I hope the little friends like them. Suddenly, 2 messages popped in her mind. Charm of the Seedling has triggered, attracting a friendly creature. If she could blink in surprise, she would. A friend. Then, she read the second message. Charm of the Seedling has attracted a Rose Fairy Level 8. Proficiency increased by 8. Lu Shu was a bit dazed, and then she became happy. Another little friend. Moreover, this one is level 8, the highest I've ever seen. She expanded her world tree eye to the maximum, looking around in a 15-meter radius, and patiently waited for the new friend to appear. From the east, a little humanoid-like being with leaf-like wings buzzing behind her appeared. She had milky white skin, with her hair being a beautiful red, the same for her eyes. The eyes were not normal, as they were solid-colored eyes, completely red and shiny, like a pair of rubies. She was slender, and her height was not more than 20 centimeters. Still, her proportions were attractive, looking like a beautiful flying doll. Lu Shu looked at the little humanoid being with interest. It was the first time she saw something humanoid like her. Focusing on the hovering fairy that was sizing her up, Lu Shu spread her system interface. Name, Clavel. Titles, Rose Fairied affinity with plant beings increased by 10%. Race, Rose Fairy. Energy method, simple pollination. Gain experience equal to flora level * tier / your level per flower. Can be used once a day. Level 80/3245. Ether mana shards 763/920. Foer body shards 257 of 257. Anima energy shards 411 of 440. Attributes: Ether 10, Physique 3, Anima 5, Willpower 4, Destiny 16. Affinity percentage: Ether resonance 15, Physique refinement 7, Anima affinity 10. Resistance percentage: Ether resistance 8, Physique resistance 5, Spiritual resistance 6, Mental resistance 6. Talents: Basic pollination, F+ rank level 4, pollinize a flower. The pollinated flower will gain a small buff of 5% extra growth rate, 5% production, and plant level plus fairy level experience. You can only use it once a week on the same plant. System note: unless a higher rank pollination is done, other creatures with this ability also can't use it on the same plant for a week. Higher rank pollination effects will also be reduced. Leaf Strike, F plus rank level 2. Use ether mana to move the leaves around you to your will and harden them, creating flying slashing attacks. Range 20 meters. Plant heal, F rank level 4. Use ether mana to heal a plant-based creature. The higher the level and tier of the plant, the smaller the healing you can give them. Range 5 meters. Passive skills. Friend of plants, F plus rank level max. Plants innately like you. However, if you purposely harm them, they will quickly feel betrayed and hate you. Life sense, F, rank level max. As a creature born from the forest, your senses toward living beings are very sharp. Lu Shu looked at the numbers and exclaimed, "This little friend is so strong." Moreover, although Lu Shu couldn't do math normally, she innately understood that the attacks of this little friend could reach her from outside her detection range, making her practically unable to defend herself. Thankfully, this is a little friend and not a little bad friend. Meanwhile, a few moments earlier, Clavel was flying toward her nest when her life sense suddenly triggered quite strongly. This made her stop and look westwards. Such a strong life aura. Thankfully, it feels gentle, or I might have had to call the chief. Curious, she flew toward it with a smile. What kind of little darling has triggered my senses? Her leaf-like wings flapped with a humming sound as she approached the place she detected, and soon she discovered a relatively small but exceptionally beautiful willow tree. Even when she was just a seedling, one could feel that she would grow to be an imposing and magnificent being. Wow, this little darling is so pretty. Then, her gaze moved down, attracted by the stiff and mangled body on the tree's base, and her eyebrows shot up. Huh? Isn't that Frar? What is he doing? After a few moments, she realized that he was dead, making her face change. What killed him? Clavel became cautious, stopping her approach and trying to analyze the small tree. Can it be you, little darling? There were plenty of flora that looked small and weak to attract prey, but instead, they were strong, so she focused on analyzing the being. Level 1. Ether Mana Shards. 52 of 113. Foer Body Shards. 176 of 176. Anima Energy Shards. 91 of 120. Unlike world trees, the extent to which other creatures could peer into the system was minimal. Still, it was enough to give a general idea of a creature's strength. Clavel was shocked. Isn't she just a level 1 cutie? Were those stats? Still, with such low numbers, Clavel was quite sure that this little darling was not responsible for Frar's death. Did another creature kill Frar and leave it by the seedling's side? Clavel pondered for a second. Nevertheless, now that she was reassured that Lu Shu was not aggressive, she flew toward her side while gently asking, "Little friend, do you know anything about how this big fellow appeared here?" Of course, her question was rhetoric, as she couldn't communicate with plants. Moreover, plants also couldn't understand speech. Therefore, she didn't expect any reaction. To her surprise, the tree began lightly swaying as if trying to communicate with her. Clavel's eyes shone as she laughed gently. "Oh my, you understand me? You are so clever, little one." Clavel saw the tree moving again, and her eyes softened as she approached and caressed the tree's trunk. However, before Clavel's hand touched her trunk, she spotted a place with a mark and some sap around it. Her eyes instantly cooled down as ether mana gathered around her. Then, she snarled while looking around. Who did this? She used about 100 ether mana into life sense, and her detection range multiplied, sensing all creatures that might have the sap on them in an extensive radius. To her surprise, the feeling came from right below her. Her eyes followed her senses and landed on the Frar's claw. Clavel blinked several times, looking between the healing scar on the tree's trunk and Frar's claw. No way, right? A level 1 defeating a level 7. Looking closer, the injuries around Frar appear to be created by something hard and heavy hitting him several times. She scanned the branches of the little darling she just found and Frar's wounds and realized they matched. Huh. With surprise in her eyes, she looked at the tiny tree. You did this. Her tone was incredulous. How could her little cutie create such horrible wounds? The feeling around Lu's Shu was extraordinarily gentle and welcoming. Clavel couldn't imagine this little tree to be so fierce to beat someone at Frar's level to death. However, as if to confirm her thoughts, she suddenly saw a small beetle flying toward the sap. "TSK, little bug. Begone dash." She frowned, about to stop the thing, but suddenly she heard the sound of air whistling, and one of the branches of the little tree flashed, hitting the flying beetle with extreme accuracy and instantly killing it. Moreover, the strength behind the strike bade the bug pop like a balloon, sending wings and chunks of it flying around in all directions. Clavel's mouth and eyes became wide open. Then, she thought of placing herself in the beetle's place, and her spine chilled. That attack is too strong. Is she really level 1? It feels like a level 9 creature just attacked. After realizing that the little tree before her was not simple, Clavel laughed and hugged Lu Shu's trunk, making the tree gently but strangely sway. "You are full of surprises, aren't you, little darling? Now that I think about it, how could a normal being have more than 100 shards on your ternary essences at level 1? I only had 23 ether mana, 11 Foer, and 11 anima energy at level 1. Yet you almost have 200 Foer. You are really wonderful, little darling." Her eyes then moved toward Frar, and they radiated chilling, killing intent. "He probably realized that you weren't normal and tried to eat you. Tree eater scum, you finally got what you deserved." Then, she looked at Lu Shu again with gentleness in her eyes. "Thankfully, you were strong enough to defend yourself. Nice to meet you, little one. My name is Clavel. I'm a rose fairy." Lu Shu looked at Clavel with happiness. It was the first time she heard someone speak. Moreover, this little friend was so gentle and pretty. Lu Shu liked her a lot. Her ability to process speech still left a lot to be desired. So Lu Shu was slowly thinking about what Clavel had told her. Even if she was a world tree, she was a sapling that had been a normal tree for a long time. Clavel knew that even if the tree understood her words, she probably would not answer her instantly. Now that the presentations were over, she looked closely at Lu Shu's branches and spotted a few blue fruits that smelled quite tempting. They were not big, but for Clavel, who was 20 centimeters tall, they were not small. She gently hovered around them as her leaf-like wings buzzed behind her and asked, "Little darling, can I eat one?" She moved her hands, slowly approaching while keeping an eye on the dangerous branches. After a few seconds, Clavel didn't feel hostility coming from Lu Shu, so she moved and took one of the fruits. After taking it, Clavel paused, just in case, and seeing that the little darling allowed her to eat her fruits, she was delighted. "Thank you, little darling. I'm sure that your fruits will be delicious." Clavel sniffed the berry that was as big as a coconut for someone her size. "Smells good." Then she opened her tiny mouth and took a bit. An explosion of flavors filled her mouth as the juicy meat of the fruit created a refreshing feeling in her. Her eyes shone with delight. "Delicious!" Clavel elegantly but quickly ate the whole berry. When she finished, she tilted her head. "HM, there are no seeds? Strange." Then, a message appeared in her mind. "You've eaten delicious berry. You've gained 1 experience point." Clavel froze in place, looking at the message with wide eyes. "I have what?" She reread the message 2 times to be sure that her eyes were reading it correctly, and then she looked at Lu Shu as if she were a precious treasure. "Oh my, little darling, you have more and more surprises on you the more I got to know you, and we've just met each other." Lu Shu cheerfully looked at Clavel, understanding that delicious was something to be happy about. Clavel got thoughtful and looked at Frar's dead body. "I need to warn the chief about this little darling's existence. We must protect this little deer from danger, if possible. If the thorn stride, ants, or beavers discover her." Clavel frowned with worry. "I need to move quickly." She picked another berry and ate it, just in case, and saw the same message appear again, making her dizzy. Does it work more than once a day? What is this? Just gaining 1 extra experience a day passively by eating fruit was good enough for many creatures to go crazy about it. Now that it worked more than once, it could lead to an entire race's evolution. Clavel looked at the few dozen berries on Lu Shu's branches and became thoughtful. Should I eat until the effect disappears to check how many times they work? Then, she looked at Lu Su and shook her head. This little darling has probably used several resources to grow them. I must not be greedy and plunder her fruits just for me without her permission. We need to prepare proper offerings for her to exchange for the delicious berry. She approached Lu Shu's trunk, and she spoke while hovering in front of her. Little darling, your fruits are extremely delicious. I want to take a few with me back home so that I can call my friends over to protect you. Can I? Lu Shu didn't answer as she processed the words. Clavel waited patiently for a reaction, as she knew that plant creatures usually took their time in answering. After a while, Lu Shu understood and thought to herself, "Are my fruits grown for eating? Why is she asking me? She is a strange little friend." Lu Shu's branches swayed to communicate agreement, and Clavel's eyes softened while she hugged her. "Thanks a lot, little darling. I swear I'll protect you in the future." Then, Clavel moved toward the ground, crafting a handcrafted basket with a few grass blades and a thin branch. After a few minutes, she flew up and picked 20 fruits, leaving the rest behind. Even if Lu Shu gave her permission, one must never be greedy. As their ancestors, one must respect a tree's belongings, especially those who could defend themselves. A tree's strength was in its survivability, sturdiness, and strength to protect certain areas. If a city had the protection of a giant and high-level tree, it would be more secure than a city with large walls built around it. That's why 90% of the land was covered in forests. With the basket full of fruits, Clavel smiled and gave one last hug and kiss to Lu Shu's trunk before leaving to inform her tribe. Of course, before leaving, she moved Frar's corpse far away from Lu Shu. She would regret it to death if something happened to Lu Shu because of her carelessness. Moreover, to make it more convincing, she resolutely used her skills to slice Frar's corpse into pieces, making it look as if a living creature did the damage. With this, it should be impossible for those bees to find out that little darling did it. Anyway, our tribes are already in conflict. It doesn't matter even if they reach the conclusion that we did it. She gave one last look to the young tree, and while she wanted to use her pollinate skill, she was going to ask her chief, who had a much higher level in that skill than her. That way, Lu Shu would benefit more. Meanwhile, Lu Shu saw the small friend exiting her world tree radius with some regret, but she soon recovered. Today was really fun. I hope the little friend returns with more little friends in the future. Then, Lu Shu thought back to when the fairy hugged her. It felt strange, comfortable, ticklish, warm. The feeling was strange for our Lu Shu, who had never had contact with flesh-like living beings other than when she whipped the river beaver to death. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, with the most exciting thing being that her experience was approaching the 150 experience point mark. Lu Shu was delighted. I gained so much experience. At this pace, I'll reach 150 experience points in 2 days. Meanwhile, after Clavel left, she flew fast through the forest, ignoring some things that she would have normally stopped to collect for her tribe. I need to quickly return to Little Darling's side before something happens to her. Her body was like a green and red blur as she flew quickly and eventually reached the canopy of a large tree. This tree was incomparable to our Lu Shu. It was at least 30 meters tall, with an extremely thick trunk and a wide canopy that gave shade to a few creatures below it. The aura of vitality around it was incredibly thick, attracting many creatures. Clavel focused on it for a moment, and the system page appeared. Level 16. Ether Mana Shards 3956/3956. Forward Body Shards 13048/13048. Anima Energy Shards 6548/6548. Clavel laughed a bit as she thought back about Lu Shu. I wonder how strong Little Darling will become when she reaches this level. Clavel smiled wistfully. I hope I could be alive by then. As she flew upward, Clavel pondered. However, even if she's not as strong, Little Darling is really clever and fast-thinking. Unlike the cute tree she found recently, this giant tree wasn't sentient and didn't understand words. No matter how we spoke or did with it, there would never be an answer, which, by the way, was a normal thing. Most trees were like that. So, for Clavel and the other rose fairies, it was just a sturdy home that was able to grow a few interesting fruits. Still, the berries that little one produces are much better. This large tree only creates fruits that can satiate hunger for a few days, which, again, was the normal thing for a tree. Fruits with special effects related to experience were unheard of, even when this tree was nothing special because of how large and solid it was. Many creatures wanted to take this tree as a home, but the rose fairies, one of the strongest races in this forest area, had monopolized it. Now that I think about it, I haven't given her a name. Well, I'll think about one later. Clavel shook her head and flew upward, entering the tree canopy. Inside its lush tree top, many more of her kind flew around. There weren't any constructions, as her rose fairy tribe was nomad. Rain was not bothersome to them, and chilly weather was also not too troublesome. Still, there was a hierarchy in the tribe, and the higher she flew in the tree's canopy, the more status and level those fairies would have. There were about 120 of them, and in the highest place of the canopy, there were 4 fairies seated around each other. The aura around them was even stronger than that of Clavel, making them look eye-catching. All of them had beautiful red hair and eyes, with petite statures. Between them, there was one fairy who was much taller. If a normal rose fairy was about 20 centimeters tall, this one was about 30 centimeters tall. It didn't look as much, but put in human terms. If an average human was 175 centimeters, the leader was comparable to a human that measured 260 centimeters. Looking at the taller and elegant fairy, Clavel's eyes shone respectfully. Level 10. Ether Mana Shards, 6380/6380. Four Body Shards, 1932 of 1932. Anima Energy Shards, 2984/2984. Level 10 was a divisor where creatures would go the first significant jump in strength. Reaching this level was difficult for creatures like rose fairies, who were born with very little innate talent. Looking at books and cities, their race would appear as a F-tier race. Similar to skills and everything else, the ranks of creatures that the inhabitants of this world had discovered went from F to D, E, and C rank. In between, there were 3 sublevels, F-F, and F+. Each change of tier was a relatively large jump in strength, knowing that even a 10% difference in attributes could be detrimental in a fight. Even then, this relatively tall fairy had reached level 10 reasonably quickly, becoming the pillar of the entire race, and the reason they could monopolize this tree for their race. Moreover, while most of the rose fairies were considered F-tier beings, their current chieftain had shown talent and broken through into the F+ tier creature tier. Clavel's respect for this woman increased when she remembered all of this. After Clavel flew in front of the rose fairy leader, she spoke, trying to hold the excitement for finding Lu Shu. "Leader, I found a fascinating tree. We need to leave here and move to that place before something happens to it. Although we might be a bit worse for a while, if we invest in that little darling, we'll probably have a breakthrough as a race." Flor, the leader of the rose fairies, looked at Clavel with interest in her eyes. "Oh, so much praise for that tree." Another of the fairies by Flor's side snorted. "Clavel, aren't you exaggerating too much?" Clavel rolled her eyes. "Aster, do you think I would joke around about this when it took so much effort to secure this tree for our race?" Aster frowned. "If you know that, then you should know that this one is the highest level tree around. Stop being annoying and leave." Clavel frowned. "Aster, you have yet to see what I have to explain. What the hell are you being so butthurt for?" Aster sneered. "I was the one who found this place, so if someone comes trying to take merit from me, I'll naturally be angry." Clavel rolled her eyes and gave Flor one of the delicious berries. "Look at this, leader. You should be able to read its effects with your level." Flor didn't say anything at first. Discussion between them was not as rare as one might think. However, Flor knew deep down that even if they acted aggressively in times of need, they took care of each other the most. She had seen Clavel and Aster fighting side by side plenty of times. She picked the delicious berry and read its effects aloud for Aster to listen. Let's see. Delicious berry, F rank. It is a common, seedless berry with a savory taste and pleasing scent. Low-level animals love it, especially birds. It can give 1 experience point when level 9 and lower creatures consume it. A creature can ingest a maximum of 3 each day. The other 3 fairies who didn't take Clavel's words too seriously froze. Aster's eyes were the ones that opened the widest. What? Leader, did you misread? Even Floor blinked twice and reread it, incredulous. Seeing that the text she was reading didn't change, Floor asked with a serious face. What level is this tree? Is it a level 20 tree or a level 25 one? To produce such a strong fruit. It is incredible. Clavel laughed and said smugly, feeling proud of the little darling. She is level 1. The other 3 fairies that had remained silent gasped. Aster became a bit angry, thinking that she was trying to lie to them. Clavel, stop joking around. How could a level 1 tree produce this fruit? We can get more than 1,000 experience points a year as long as we ingest the 3 berries daily. 1,000. Do you know how much that means? Now, it is not the time to speak jokingly. Reaching level 10 in their entire lifetime was almost impossible. So, if their youngest fairies could gain 1,000 experience points a year, the number of level 10s that would begin in the future would explode. After all, for these fairies, the amount of experience they needed to go from level 0 to level 9 was about 12,000. The higher the tier, the higher the experience needed. However, since most fairies were F tier, they all hovered around the same numbers. If they could ingest this kind of berry constantly since birth, by the age of 12, a fairy would reach level 9. Not to mention the creation of level 10 beings, since the children of higher-level creatures had a chance to evolve or have an easier time reaching those higher levels, it would improve the overall strength of their entire race for future generations. In short, it was, as Clavel said, a fruit that could change the fate of an entire race. Clavel snorted and commented, "It's not a lie, Aster. Moreover, this little darling is super interesting and clever." Then, turning toward Floor, she said, "Leader, we need to move quickly before something happens to her." Floor caught something else in Clavel's expression and waved her hand to the other 3. "Leave us alone for a while." The 3 of them didn't dare disobey and flew downwards. When only the 2 of them were left, Floor commented with a gentle smile as she hugged Clavel onto her lap. "Now tell me, you seem a bit too anxious. Did something happen?" Clavel smiled shyly. "Nothing escapes you, mother." Then, she approached Floor's ears and whispered, "For died by the hand of this tree. Moreover, he could only create 1 gash on her before being whipped to death." Floor was not foreign to trees that could defend themselves. However, when she remembered Frar's level, her eyes widened. She killed a level 7 being at level 1. Clavel nodded. Floor's face became serious. The strength difference between levels was, more often than not, absolute. The only way to overcome this difference was with equipment and powerful skills or with tier difference. Equipment was not something creatures like them would wear, and powerful skills on a tree were rare. So, in Floor's mind, the only way for her to overcome such an abysmal chasm in strength was Lu Shu's tier. Floor asked, curious, "What's her tier, Clavel?" Clavel shook her head. "I don't know, but her ternary essences are already over 100, and her foer is approaching the 200 shards." Floor asked again, incredulous, "Clavel, are you sure she is level 1? Mother won't blame you if this was a complex prank or something, so tell me the truth." Clavel pouted. "It is the truth." Floor looked into Clavel's red eyes and nodded. "Okay, I believe you." Then, she stood up and told her, "Guide me quickly. We must never allow her to fall into the wrong hands." Then, she spoke aloud, her voice spreading by her use of ether mana through the entire canopy. "Those above level 7 that are not ordered to act as guards follow me." Meanwhile, our Lu Shu didn't know that she had made one of the strongest creatures in the nearby forest area worried, and was leisurely growing her berries and slowly increasing her experience by slapping the bugs that approached her. For her, the flow of time was fuzzy, so she didn't feel bored even if a few hours passed without anything happening. She was happy to bathe in the sun, feel the wet and nutritious soil, or look around with her world tree eye at the nearby creatures. While she peacefully continued with her day, a notification from her charm of the seedling triggered. Charm of the seedling has attracted a river beaver level 6. Proficiency increased by 6. When Lu Shu saw the name of the creature, she couldn't help but feel helpless. Is this bad friend coming for me again? Why are so many bad friends coming for me? Before becoming a world tree, Lu Shu had had a very uneventful life. Some bugs and such sometimes attacked her roots, but all in all, she was just a small sapling in a large forest that got ignored by everything. She was relatively lucky that no one passed by her side and decided to uproot her out of boredom, as some people might do with flowers on the side of the road. However, now that she had gained so many auras, the creatures that previously ignored her were now looking her way. With everyone who ignored her now looking her way, it was normal for her to attract so many beings. After a few moments, the level 6 beaver appeared in the range of her World Tree Eye skill. It had 483 four body shards, which were neither too many or too little. Lu Shu calmly observed the beaver approaching and waited. If this beast went its way, then she wouldn't bother attacking it. However, if it came to bite her... Meanwhile, the river beaver strode forward, confident in itself. In this forest section, trees that were level 5 and above were rare, so it was a perfect place to find timber for its dam. He had recently found a partner and was now finding wood to create the nest where they would live in the future. Looking around, the beaver observed the trees until she spotted a peculiar one. Looking at the relatively short and somewhat thick tree, the beaver got thoughtful. Although she was tiny compared to the surrounding trees, the wood quality was the best this beaver had ever seen. It decided to take it. Even if it was one log, it could be used in the inner part of the nest. What the beaver didn't know was that, besides Lu Shu, there were another 15 or so beings observing it. Flora looked at the level 6 river beaver approaching Lu Shu with cold eyes and asked, her tone worried, "Clavel, are you sure that little thing can defend herself? It's just a little over 2 meters tall." Even Clavel was a bit unsure. After all, she hadn't seen Lu Shu in action other than slapping one bug. Frar's body was good proof, but who knew if the little darling could replicate that achievement? Therefore, she said, "This beaver is much weaker than Frar, so it should be possible." Not entirely confident, she asked, "Leader, can you save her if things go wrong?" Floor easily nodded. "Don't worry. I can see that it is the one you spoke about by the fruits on her branches." Moreover, Floor squinted while looking at Lu Shu, feeling a strangely strong vital aura coming from her. She muttered to herself, "It can't be, right? Why would one of those appear here?" Clavel asked, "What's wrong?" Floor shook her head, placing the idea in the back of her head. "Regardless of whether she is or isn't, what we came here to do doesn't change. Don't worry, Clavel. I was thinking about how much damage to let that little one take before I stopped the fight." Aster looked at Clavel and smirked. The leader is probably feeling exasperated. Even if it has 176 four, it has 3 times less than that beaver. How could it fight it? Isn't it better to just protect her instead of letting her fight? Clavel frowned at her. "Hey, did I do something to you lately? Why are you being so annoying?" Aster stuck out her tongue. "When I see your face, I just want to be annoying." Floor sighed with a smile. "Both of you, stop it." "Yes, leader." Then she looked closely at Lu Shu and the beaver. "Well, little one, show me what you have." The beaver walked forward with confident strides, and Lu Shu's aura began leaking as a warning. The beaver was surprised, and then it made a face similar to a sneer. How dare the thing that he uses as a house be arrogant? "I'll gnaw you down." Then the river beaver ran forward at a very quick speed. The fairies around tensed, prepared to rush forward just in case. Even Aster looked closely, all her focus placed between the two. While she had mocked Clavel, she was as much of a lover of trees as the others, and seeing that Clavel wasn't lying, this little tree was more than worth protecting. Although the beaver was relatively quick, Lu Shu's senses were much sharper than what the beaver could imagine when she entered combat mode. Once it was 2 meters from her body, Lu Shu realized that it wouldn't stop, so she attacked. Willow Strike. The rose fairies that came attentively looked at the ether mana and anima energy enveloping one of the branches. Then, Lu Shu attacked. Bang! The charging river beaver was slammed face first against the ground with a pitiful cry. The branch dug deep into the tissue, damaging bones and making the beaver's eyes almost pop out of its skull. When the beaver felt the harsh waves of pain, it knew it had provoked something out of his league and hastily turned to flee. However, when a world tree was attacked, it was not merciful. All creatures that offend a world tree once became nothing but enemies. So, far from being done with it, even before it could turn around, 5 more branches were coated in ether mana and anima energy, and they lashed one after another in quick succession. Bang! 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 The rose fairies saw with widened eyes as Lu Shu smacked the beaver around, the branches digging deep into the animal until it dropped dead. Clavel was no exception, as her mouth was hung open. Clavel reacted the first since she had previously seen Lu Shu killing that bug, and she turned toward Aster with a smug smile. "Hey, what do you say now? Was I right or not?" Aster's eyebrows were twitching. Aster looked at Clavel and back at Lu Shu, stuttering. "What the hell was that? That attack can probably cripple even me if it takes me off guard." Even Floor was shocked. If she didn't use her ether mana to defend herself, that attack could probably damage even her. At level 10, she had 18 points for physique, which was not much more than the 13 points Lu Shu had. Still, that was if Floor stood still and received attacks. With her main attribute, ether, being 55 points, it was quite impossible for Lu Shu to even face her. With 55 points of ether, if Floor attacked, our Lu Shu would probably be uprooted even before she knew what happened. Regardless, the fact that she could potentially damage someone at level 10 while she was at level 1 was already an accomplishment. While the rose fairies spoke with each other, curious about the tree that could slam a level 6 river beaver into the ground, Lu Shu was looking at her system page with her mind dancing in happiness. Congratulations on defeating River Beaver level 6. You've gained 14 experience points. Why did it make her happy? Lu Shu's gaze moved on her system and landed on the last line of text. Accumulated experience, 161. Then, she looked at her level. Level 10/150. 161 is bigger than 150. Lu Shu thought confidently. That means that I can increase my level. For the first time in her life, Lu Shu was going to increase her level. This made the young tree ecstatic. Let's do it. With a single thought, the experience points accumulated in her body started to flow around her. Floor and the others were about to approach, but they suddenly felt a profound aura spread from the little tree before them. Clavel exclaimed, "She is leveling up," Aster mumbled while feeling the profound aura that spread around. Great branches above. What kind of little monster did you find, Clavel? Even Floor's expression was severe. I feel threatened. As a level 10, all beings under level 10 should feel like small creatures. That level was the first of many milestones for a creature. So, if a creature going from level 1 to level 2 felt threatening even after crossing level 10, no matter how small that feeling was, it meant that the creature's tier was far above her own. Floor's red eyes gleamed with interest and curiosity. Why would someone like her appear in our forest? So strange. Meanwhile, Lu Shu felt extremely comfortable as powerful waves of energy nourished her roots and body. Each time she poured an experience point into her level, she could feel her insides being filled with all kinds of energies that were previously slumbering. From the center of her trunk, her world tree heart released a soothing and refreshing aura, nourishing not only her body but her soul as well. Below the soul, as the energy waves moved through the roots, they nourished them and pushed them to grow. The feeling of her roots digging deeper and further into the ground made Lu Shu feel liberated, as if this was her purpose. My roots, I want to spread them everywhere. The feeling of piercing into the moist land below, pushing the rocks aside as her reach grew, fed her most primal instincts as a world tree. If she had a mouth, she would probably be letting out a hot sigh of comfort. Her own body also grew, from being 2 meters tall from base to crown to being about 3 meters tall. Her roots similarly spread for about 25 meters around her. Then, her trunk thickened, and the silhouette of a woman became clearer while her canopy widened and the number of branches increased. The bark was also smoother than before, even if it still had a rough surface. Instead of sharp, now caressing her bark would bell bumpy. The process didn't last longer than a few seconds, but for the rose fairies looking, it felt like a few minutes. The sight of a world tree increasing in level filled those looking with awe, no matter how large or small the world tree was. Finally, the events occurring around our tree ended. Curious, Lucia looked at her system. If she had eyes, they would have widened in surprise. Level up. Ether +7, Physique +9, Anima +8, Willpower +10, Destiny +100. Natural resistance formula has been updated. Some skills have been adjusted. System hint. Those skills and numbers are marked with an asterisk. Name, Tiantian Lu Shu. Titles. Awakened, a title that's gained when a tree gains sapience and evolves, gaining human-like intelligence. World Tree, a tree that can grow to be an overlord, admired by many, hated by some. Hidden titles. Race, World Tree. Energy method. Basic world energy gathering. Gathers experience points * level per day. Level 20/520. Ether mana shards 450 plus 16 2/hour. Foer body shards 675 plus 24 3/hour. Anima energy shards 480 plus 17 28/hour. Attributes. Ether 18, 14 plus 4. Physique 25, 18 plus 7. Anima 20, 16 plus 4. Willpower 20, 20. Destiny 200, 200. Affinity percentage. Ether resonance 25. Physique refinement 35. Anima affinity 20. Resistance percentage. Ether resistance 28. Physique resistance 34. Spiritual resistance 29. Mental resistance 32. Talents. Enchanted growth. E+ rank level 1-2/18,000. Stimulates the rapid growth of nearby flora, creating vibrant and mesmerizing plant life. Use consumes ether mana and anima energy. Asterisk nature's gift F. Rank level 3, 12 out of 300. Produces small, magical fruits with unique and beneficial properties. It uses anima energy and ether mana to produce. Depending on the strength of the fruits, there's a chance that they will also need foer. Current fruits available. Delicious berry F rank 30 days. Asterisk basic foer berry F rank 30 days. Asterisk basic mana berry F rank 30 days. Asterisk basic energy berry F rank 30 days. Efficiency 15 days per ether and anima shard. Asterisk Willow Strike F. Rank level 3, 160/300. The world tree is from a willow family, with characteristic long but thin branches. She can use ether mana to move them and strike a target. Range 5-10 meters. Asterisk Willow Strike Barrage F. Rank level 1, 20/200. The world tree uses all her branches to strike at her enemy. She can use ether mana to trigger this skill, allowing her to attack for 3 seconds uninterrupted. Range 3-5 meters. Passive skills. World Tree Heart, a rank level 10/589900. A core has formed in the middle of the tree. As long as the core doesn't receive heavy damage, the tree can recover from any external injury. Depending on the damage, it will take longer. Innate regeneration increased, innate resistances increased, and innate affinities increased. Asterisk World Tree I. C rank level 1, 261/144000. You can see as far as your roots extend. Asterisk 25 meters. World Tree Wisdom. SSS rank level max. You can understand all languages as long as they are complex enough to be considered a language by the system. Charm of the Seedling, F rank level 175 out of 200. Attract small animals and insects to the area, fostering a harmonious ecosystem. There's a very small chance of attracting a friendly, bigger animal or insect that will help protect you. Creatures below the F rank will be affected with much ease. Range, 20 meters. Accumulated experience, 11. Lu Shu exclaimed in her head. Wow, big numbers. Her ether mana, Foer, and anima energy had basically tripled, while her basic stats had almost doubled. Moreover, her skills had become slightly more complex. While reading her system page, Lu Shu realized that she had 3 more fruits that she could grow. Curious, she read their descriptions. Delicious Berry, F rank, is a common, seedless berry with a savory taste and pleasing scent. It can give 1 experience point when level 9 and lower creatures consume it. A creature can ingest a maximum of 3 each day. It has a ripening period of 30 days. Basic Foer Berry, F rank, is a common, seedless berry with a mini taste and scent. It can heal 10 Foer body shards per consumption. A creature can ingest a maximum of 5 each day. It has a ripening period of 30 days. Basic Mana Berry, F rank. It is a common, seedless berry with a sweet and tart taste and an earthly scent. It can recover 10 ether mana shards per consumption. A creature can ingest a maximum of 5 each day. It has a ripening period of 30 days. Basic Energy Berry, F rank. It is a common, seedless berry with a sour taste and fresh scent. It can recover 10 anima energy shards per consumption. A creature can ingest a maximum of 5 each day. It has a ripening period of 30 days. Other than the deep blue delicious berry, the other 3 had, in order, a light red, light blue, and light yellow color. The energy it took to accelerate their growth had also lessened by a lot, and now she could use about 2 ether mana and anima energy to grow 1 fruit every 2 days. With a recovery speed of about 16 ether mana per hour, she could grow around 200 fruits a day and accelerate their production speed without feeling a strain on her energy reservoirs. If she used all the capacity of her energy regeneration, she would probably be able to grow about 390 of them, but that would mean that Lu Shu had to feed her fruits constantly. While Lu Shu was not clever enough to do this kind of math easily, she had an intuitive way of knowing more or less how much she could produce without being bothersome for her. As a tree and a resident of this world, she innately knew these things. So, while she wouldn't go all out in production without a proper reason, she would create them at her own pace. Now I could grow a lot of fruits. I hope that the little friend that took a few away is happy and comes often. Curious about the new range of vision, she extended her world tree eye to the new maximum range. The world around her expanded, and her eyes took in the nearby trees, animals, and creatures with extreme clarity. While humans would be dizzy if they had a 360-degree spherical vision, Lu Shu was a natural tree, and she didn't have any problems. At 25 meters in height, she could even spot a few birds that were flying low while looking around for a spot to rest. Wow, I can see so far. Furthermore, thanks to her new range, she had realized the existence of a few visitors looking at her from a distance. Oh, so many little friends similar to that little friend. HM, even that little friend is here. Her vocabulary still had some work to do, but she was slowly getting there. Clavel and the others didn't realize that Lu Shu was looking at them, but as someone with much sharper senses, Floor knew right away that something had begun observing them. HM, looking around, she couldn't sense anyone nearby, so she was momentarily confused. Where is this gaze coming from? Closing her eyes, she sent a pulse of ether mana to check her surroundings, but she didn't see anything. There is nobody. Wait. Her eyes opened with surprise. She didn't take long to realize that the one looking at them was the little tree in front of them. Floor laughed gently. She can see from so far away? That's impressive. Let's go. With her order, Floor flew toward Lu Shu with the other fairies, not delaying it anymore. When all the fairies approached, Lu Shu heard many notifications about her charm of the seedling skill, and the proficiency increased by around 250 points, increasing the level of the skill by 1. One of the messages was especially eye-catching, which made Lu Shu exclaim in her head. Charm of the seedling has attracted a Rose Fairy level 10. Proficiency increased by 100. Lu Shu looked at the tallest fairy in the group with interest. Level 10, the highest level little friend yet. She also realized that the proficiency points gained were 10 times as much, making her feel happy inside. Will I gain extra every time a level 10 comes? Or was this friend special? The fairies flew around her, and a few of them approached the carcass of the beaver she just killed. Lu Shu heard them speak. Look at this. What's wrong? Wow, even the bones are broken. How strong is she? I would hate to be on the other side of her attacks. A relatively low-level fairy commented, but she can only attack from a close distance. No, any of us should be strong enough to defeat her. However, a few seniors looked at her with frowns. Little girl, have you seen her bark and trunk thickness? The low-level fairy looked over and saw that Lu Shu was relatively thicker than other trees of her height. The low-level fairy looked closer and asked, Say, do you feel like her trunk has a strange womanly shape? A few fairies who heard them looked over, closely examining her, and laughed. It's true. Ha ha ha. So strange. Such coincidences are rare. However, Fleur looked at that shape with a deeper expression, her mind spinning with many thoughts. After a few moments of hesitation, Fleur took the initiative and approached with a smile, floating very close to Lu Shu. Of course, as she approached, she was very alert. She was confident in defending herself, but if she took one of the attacks she had just witnessed with her bare body, she might get an injury. Hello, little one. It is the first time I've seen a little tree as beautiful as you in my 38 years of life. When she heard her speaking, Lu Shu felt joyous, and her branches swayed happily at her compliment. The fairies around giggled when they saw her reacting to Fleur's words. She's really cute. So, it was true that she could understand. Clavel snorted at the side. Why would I lie about these things? The second in command of the fairy group, a fairy called Amapola, commented, We have to protect this little one. The fairies nodded, and then Amapola added wistfully, Maybe she can become our forever home. Fleur and the rest of the fairies became a bit silent. They constantly moved around because strong creatures or natural events sometimes toppled the trees they lived in, and they could do nothing to prevent it most of the time. While Fleur was strong, she was only strong relative to the creatures living in the nearby forest area. When mass migrations, beast tides, powerful hurricanes, and other natural events occurred, her power was nothing but a raindrop against the wind. Fleur snapped out of her daze, and she quickly reprimanded. Don't discuss things here. The little one can understand us, and she might get the wrong idea that we want to use her. If she can become our home, it is nothing but a result of our actions of protecting her, not the objective. The fairies realized and stopped commenting. Lu Shu heard them, but she didn't really understand what they meant by forever home, so she ignored it. These little friends had a pleasant aura around them, so she was happy they were by her side. Fleur hovered about 1 meter above the ground to gently touch Lu Shu's trunk and ask, Little one, do you mind if my clan stays near you? Lu Shu's mind spun, taking in the meaning of her words. Since I feel comfortable around them, and they help me increase my charm of the seedling skill, why not? Lu Shu didn't consider her loss of prey if they came around her, the main reason being that, as a tree, her concept of increasing strength was to do so naturally. Even after leveling up and feeling that rush of strength, she didn't sprout any greed for more, unlike most living creatures did. Killing many creatures just to gain experience had never crossed her mind, even as an idea. As a world tree, her first instinct was to protect creatures that didn't harm either her or nature in a significant way. Her second instinct was to eliminate all that did otherwise. After about 40 minutes, her dropping branches began to sway cheerfully, caressing Fleur's body, which was resting on one of her sturdy branches. Fleur felt comfortable while waiting because of Lu Shu's crisp, clean, and earthly scent that surrounded her. It was very similar to the scent of freshly cut grass, with a touch of mint that made the nostrils feel refreshed and open. Although the movement was very light, the aura around her could transmit some basic thoughts. Even without words, these fairies, who had lived between all kinds of flora for all their lives, could understand that Lu Shu didn't mind. Flora laughed, delighted, and commented, "I had yet to use my daily pollination, and Clavel told me she didn't do hers to you, so I'll do it. What do you say, little one?" Lu Shu didn't know what that was, so she didn't answer. Pollination? What does that do? Flora waited for about 30 minutes, but seeing no answer, she guessed that this young tree probably didn't know what pollination was. With that in mind, she smiled and commented, "Little one, if you hate it, use your branches to swat me like a fly. Don't worry, I won't get hurt." Lu Shu heard her and understood what she meant, so she didn't react and looked at Flora intently with her world tree eye. Flora felt like she was being observed again, and she confirmed in her mind that this small tree had a method of observing creatures around her. With that in mind, Flora's leaf-like wings began buzzing, and her body floated upward. Her long red hair and eyes swayed with ether as she began circling Lu Shu, and from there, a cloud of sparkling red dust began falling on top of Lu Shu. Lu Shu looked at how that sparkling dust landed on her bark, leaves, and roots, delivering a refreshing feeling all around her body. If our little tree had eyes, she would be squinting them in comfort. So nice that Flora saw that Lu Shu's branch began swaying with a comforting feeling, and her eyes were filled with mirth and gentleness. "Do you like it? Then let's finish it." She accelerated, creating a small reddish dust cloud that swallowed Lu Shu's entire body, and when Flora finished, she used her mastery over the wind to push it onto Lu Shu. For a few seconds, Lu Shu was covered in reddish dust, but that soon was assimilated into her. A message appeared in Flora's and Lu Shu's minds. "You've pollinated A. Level 2. You gain 2 experience points. A. Rose Fairy Level 10 has used basic pollination on you. You've gained 10 experience points." Seeing an extra 10 experience points appearing in her system, Lu Shu cheered in her mind. This little friend is so good. Flora, who was prepared to gain nothing because of Lu Shu's low level, was surprised. "Huh, I usually gained about 4 experience points from that level 16 senior tree, and I've gained 2 from a level 2 tree." Her eyes softened even more as she looked at Lu Shu. This little one is a box full of surprises. The fact that I can't tell her race after pollinating her is also really mysterious. Flora looked around the area where Lu Shu was and realized that there were a few tall trees nearby. This should be enough for our race to live until she matures." Flora commented to the others, "I'll stay here with the little one. Go and fetch the rest of her kind. We are moving here." Clavel's eyes shone with delight. "Really?" Flora nodded with a smile. "Yes." Then, Flora caught the corpse of the river beaver in her periphery and got thoughtful. What should we do about those who covet her? After giving a thoughtful look at Lu Shu, Flora told the fairies with a stern tone, "Explain to all the other fairies that we won't protect her as we usually do, unless she is at risk of dying. Let her face against the beings that come to attack her." Flora's eyes shone murderously as she finished her sentence. "They will become good fertilizers for the little one to grow." The eyes of the rest of the fairies landed on the dead river beaver with indifference and nodded. Regardless of their motives, anyone who hurt trees and flowers was nothing but trash in their eyes. Lu Shu didn't understand the more complicated parts of the conversation that ensued afterward, but she understood these little friends wanted to live by her side. Thinking of how much more fun it would be in the future, Lu Shu was delighted. To show her appreciation, large amounts of ether mana and anima energy began gathering around her branches. The fairies who were about to move out realized and looked at her curiously. They couldn't sense a shred of hostility, so they weren't worried. On the contrary, a spark of excitement flashed in their eyes. First, they saw the energy flow from the bottom of the tree's roots across the beautiful trunk and into the branches. It didn't take long to envelop all of Lu Shu's branches, giving her an enchanting azure and amethyst glow. After that, from between the leaves, small flowers of 4 different colors started appearing one by one and growing at a visible rate. The fairies were mesmerized by the extraordinarily beautiful spectacle. The large amounts of ether mana and anima energy focusing on creating the flowers was something sacred for the rose fairies. If hurting nature was something they loathed, the action of creation and life was something they adored. Seeing the little one use such a large part of her ether mana and anima energy made them all feel touched. Clavel wanted to say that it wasn't necessary, feeling a bit of heartache at the enormous amounts of ether mana and anima energy being used, but Fleur stopped her. Let the little one do as she pleases. We're not going to pamper her, but guide her. If she wants to give us something, we should accept it with a smile and use it to the best of our abilities. In the future, we will repay with our lives, if necessary. Nature is about giving and taking, in exchange, a cycle. Regardless of what she gives us, we will return in kind. Clavel and the rest of the fairies nodded. I understand. After about half an hour, the ether mana and anima energy she had gathered were completely consumed, making Lu Shu a bit tired. After all, she had used almost all of her entire ether mana and anima energy pools. For messages appeared in her eyes. You have produced 50 delicious berries F rank. Minus 50 ether mana shards. 50 anima shards. You have produced 50 foer berries F rank. Minus 50 ether mana shards. 50 anima shards. You have produced 50 mana berries F rank. Minus 50 ether mana shards. 50 anima shards. You have produced 50 energy berries F rank. Minus 50 ether mana shards. 50 anima shards. You've reduced the ripening time on 200 flowers by 15 days. 200 ether mana shards. 200 anima energy shards. You've gained 40 proficiency points. Ether mana, 50/450 plus 16.2/hour. Anima energy, 80/480 plus 17.28/hour. After about half an hour, the ether mana and anima energy she had gathered were completely consumed, making Lu Shu a bit tired. After all, she had used almost all of her entire ether mana and anima energy pools. For messages appeared in her eyes. You have produced 50 delicious berries F rank. Minus 50 ether mana shards. 50 anima shards. You have produced 50 foer berries F rank. Minus 50 ether mana shards. 50 anima shards. You have produced 50 mana berries F rank. Minus 50 ether mana shards. 50 anima shards. You have produced 50 energy berries F rank. Minus 50 ether mana shards. 50 anima shards. You've reduced the ripening time on 200 flowers by 15 days. 200 ether mana shards. 200 anima energy shards. The tree in front of the fairies suddenly had hundreds of flowers appear and grow at an incredibly fast pace. This made them feel dumbfounded. While they've known creatures who could accelerate the growth of plants and other flora, it wasn't to the point of what they just saw. However, when they looked at it and felt its aura, the tree's current state entered their eyes. Ether mana, 58/450. Anima energy, 89/480. Their hearts softened as they all flew around Lu Shu in a sign of gratefulness. While they couldn't use their pollination skill, they had skills to make Flora feel more comfortable. Lu Shu, feeling tired after using almost all her energy reserves, felt a wave of drowsiness and comfort hit her, and her world tree eye slowly closed. With the comforting aura of the fairies, Lu Shu's mind began drifting away, finally sleeping. Fleur ordered the fairies to stop, and they floated around Lu Shu with gentle smiles. They could feel that the tree had entered deep sleep. Clavel giggled, hugging her trunk. The little one is sleeping. Thanks a lot for the hard work. The other fairies also laughed and sat on the sleeping tree's branches. While Lu Shu was not that tall, and her branches were very thin as a willow tree, they were sturdy enough to hold the petite fairies. Fleur looked around for a few moments and said to them, "Let's organize how we'll go about this." Clavel commented, "Leader, have you seen what the flowers do yet?" With your high level, it's probably possible to see the hidden stats of the flowers. Sadly, I can only see the names of the fruits and not the effects. Flor nodded thoughtfully and approached each of the flowers to look at them. As she read further, her eyes kept widening. Once she read the effects on the 4 types of flowers, Flor stayed silent, her face thoughtful. Are these truly the fruits a level 2 tree can grow? Be it the delicious berry that could give 3 EXP a day, or the foer, ether, and anime berries that could regenerate 50 points of each a day, all of them were incredibly valuable. Normal beings' natural regeneration took between a week and a month to recover all their energy reserves. Only special beings had fast-paced energy regeneration. For example, Lu Shu could recover her entire ether, foer, and anima reserves in around 28 hours. However, Flor needed 10 times that, at around 280 hours. An extra 50 a day wouldn't be a lot for her ether mana pool. After all, she could recover around 22 points per hour. However, her foer and anima energy were different. With the ability to recover not more than 7 foer and 10 anime energy, 50 extra a day would make a difference. And this was for her, who had nearly 10 times the reserves of the other fairies. For level 1 or level 2 fairies, carrying these berries would be like having 2 or 3 times their total ternary reserves. Flor commented, "All of you leave quickly. I'll protect her for a while as we move in. We've already delayed enough." The rose fairies flew toward their nest and went to call and escort the low-level ones. Meanwhile, Flor rested on one of Lu Shu's branches, surrounded by her relaxing and pleasant scent. She couldn't help but laugh. She is not even a flower, but the scent around her doesn't lose to one. What should I do in the meantime? Flor became thoughtful and looked around. Everything was very tangled, with corpses of many small creatures like bugs and such, and a layer of dead leaves. Should I clean up all of this and transform it into a fertilizer that the little one can eat? While they didn't have specialized skills, as fairies who lived on trees, they were experts in taking care of them. The system didn't record every creature's skill, just those that required ether mana, foer, or anima energy to use. Architecture, gardening, and many other skills weren't recorded until they evolved enough to be involved with the ternary essences in the surroundings. Flor flew down and used her wind ether mastery to sweep the accumulated dead leaves and insects around Lu Shu. So, while their values were about letting nature take its course, that didn't stop them from aiding nature. Slowly, the things around Lu Shu got ground together with dirt, creating something similar to fertilizer. Then, Flor sprinkled it around Lu Shu. When it rains, it will seep into the ground better. Lu Shu got a good and restful sleep, and when all her energies were full, her mind slowly woke up, her senses gently extending outward. She felt her trunk being pleasantly clean, a few of the fairies attending her branches, and when she gently moved her roots, the earth was tastier. Oh, what happened? Lu Shu opened her world tree eye. Every fairy flying around paused, feeling the small tree's presence spreading and enveloping them. A few of the low-level ones playfully flew around her while pleasantly giggling. "Good morning, little one. Did you have a good rest? By the way, we trimmed your branches a bit. Do you mind? Little one, do you have a name?" "Right, we need a name." Lu Shu's mind couldn't keep up with the conversation, making her feel a bit dizzy. Flor approached with a smile, her red hair and red eyes looking soft. "Don't chat so much around her, children. Remember that trees are transcendent beings, so they take time to think about things." They all nodded while giggling. Flor approached and commented, "Little one, we've decided to give you a name. Are you okay with it?" Clavel appeared, hugging Lu Shu with a large smile. "While calling you little one is fun, we want to give you a proper name. How about it?" Lu Shu looked at them, understanding that they wanted to name her. She instantly becomes upset, her aura clearly taking a sullen look. This startled the fairies, and Flor asked softly, "What's wrong?" Lu Shu, unable to communicate, wanted to tell them that she already had a name. "I don't want to be called other than my name. Tianlian Lu Shu is really nice. Tianlian Lu Shu is my name." Luxu paused. Wait, why is little one allowed? She pondered at the instinctive knowledge of pet names, which was a bit strange to have. Of course, Luxu was not aware of what pet names were, nor that it was strange to know about that. She was confused because she didn't feel bad when they called her little one. Clavel looked at Floor and commented, Leader, maybe she doesn't like being named? Floor pondered, but she didn't react when we called her little one or any other pet names. Clavel paused, looking at the moody tree with a helpless look. Then, do we continue calling you little one? Luxu stopped swaying around moodily. Internally, she thought, I wonder if it is possible to communicate with others in the future. Floor commented, By the way, dear. Luxu paid attention and looked at her. I want to tell you about how to use your ternary essences better so that you don't get tired. Oh, I can use them better. Floor commented, You should see that you have a recovery speed, right? You can gain a few points by absorbing the ambient essence, and that rate is fixed on your system page. Luxu looked at the numbers and internally nodded. Floor smiled. Then, use just a bit more of that so that you are constantly cycling the energy. This will make your expertise at using them even better, and in the future, things that now cost you 10 ether mana might cost you less. After speaking, Floor left with Clavel to check out the surrounding trees, where the fairies would live until Luxu grew big enough to become their house. In the meantime, Luxu slowly mulled over Floor's words in her young mind. Soon, she reached a conclusion. So, I can increase the growth of 17 flowers an hour. With that in mind, she started moving her ether mana and anima energy. Instead of just using the skill as it was, following her instincts, she did so more consciously. An hour had gone by since Floor mentioned it. But when her energy began moving, the Rose Fairy leader looked over together with other high-leveled Rose Fairies that had good energy sensitivity. Instead of the massive wave of ether mana and anima energy that she had gathered in the past, they could see controlled strands of it flowing from the roots, touching the ground, up her trunk, and into one of her branches. There, the two energies slowly intertwined, flowing into one of the flowers. This flower lightly glowed, surrounded by Luxu's energy, and the fairies could see a small fruit appear from her stem, slowly fattening and becoming larger. The fruit grew, and in a few minutes it became a plump and delicious-looking berry. Aster was speechless. Isn't she just level 2? How in a great root's name does she have such precise energy control? Clavel laughed. Isn't that control better than ours? Floor looked at them. It's not like we have exquisite control. Clavel pouted. We are not that bad. Floor rolled her eyes. While level 10 is a big number around here, levels go much higher. I remember hearing that some people in the city to the east have even reached level 20 and above. Clavel and Aster opened their eyes and stuttered. A level 20? How old are they, 200? Floor looked at them and regretted telling them about it a bit. Maybe they will become upset about it and become scared of adventuring. The shock I received back when I realized it was also quite large. I almost stopped going out of fear. After all, if someone like that finds you and wants to harm you, what can you do other than lay down and wait for death? Floor looked at the hundreds of fairies flying around and sighed. Our race is quite weak. We are quite fortunate that this forest area has very low-level resources, and therefore, the groups and races here are quite low-leveled. That old tree we resided in is the highest level being, at level 16. She couldn't help but look wistfully at the relatively tiny tree that was slowly learning to control the energies around it. Level 20 and above. Maybe you are the answer to that. Floor smiled at them. Don't worry. Such beings are very powerful and usually never leave because they must protect their people against other similarly strong powers. It's similar to what I represent for you. Do you see me leaving our home often? Still, be careful when you see new beings. The two fairies released a sigh of relief, becoming cheerful again. Floor smiled secretly. A small white lie will not harm anybody. Then, she looked around and pondered. We need to eliminate our traces as best as possible so that creatures don't get scared and stop approaching the little one. We don't want to come in the way of her natural development, after all. With that in mind, she began giving orders. A week had gone by since the Rose Fairies had arrived. During this time, Lu Shu had been focusing on using her nature's gift skill, slowly making it part of her natural cycle. While a week was not much time, Lu Shu could now spare some time for other things. Her ether mana and anima energy were always kept at more than 95%. Moreover, with such consumption, Lu Shu could nourish the 200 berries with ease, leaving even some hours a day where she was at 100% energy. At those times, Lu Shu practiced her other skills. One that had been too complicated to use was enchanted growth. Unlike her passive skills, her talents weren't instinctual at all. They needed conscious practice to be used. Enchanted growth was a powerful E+ rank skill, so the complexity of use was leagues above nature's gift, Willow Strike, or Willow Strike Barrage. Once she tried to use it to accelerate the growth of the plants around her, she felt as if her soul was about to be drained from her roots. She had realized that the skill, with her current proficiency of use, needed at least 100 points of ether mana and anima energy per second. In short, for now, it was unusable. Other than that, her gains were quite good. In the 7 days Lu Shu spent with the fairies, she gained many things in addition to improving her quality of life. First of all, the fairies took care of her and even groomed her, making her feel extremely happy every day. They cleaned anything that got stuck in her trunk, took care of the minor harmful bugs that Lu Shu could do nothing about, and mixed things Lu Shu didn't know about on the earth, which made it tastier. Her roots near her trunk were always wriggling in happiness at the savory earth that surrounded her. Other than that, Lu Shu was always expectant of the morning because the biggest fairy, Floor, would come and dance around her, leaving a trail of red dust that was even tastier than the earth and felt tremendously good. Moreover, each time, Lu Shu would gain 10 experience points. So, just from that, Lu Shu had gathered 70 experience points. Then, thanks to her energy gathering method, she gained 14 additional experience points. That wasn't all. There were a few fairies patrolling her surroundings, and when one creature approached, Lu Shu curiously saw all the fairies flying into the trees, leaving her alone. At those moments, because her world tree I couldn't reach as far as normal eyesight, Lu Shu would become confused. Why did they leave me alone? Of course, she couldn't ask, and she could also feel a few of them hiding in the canopy of nearby trees. With her improved 40-meter radius 360 degrees vision, she could see the closest trees. Of course, the beings that approached were varied. Plant creatures, animal creatures, flying beings, small rodents that wanted to burrow in her roots, and many other tiny beings. All of them were level 5 and below. There was a change, though. All level 1 and level 0 beings had stopped bothering her when she used her aura as intimidation. For the rest, level 2 and 3 creatures that she killed gave just 1 experience point. Level 4 creatures gave 2 EXP, and level 5 creatures gave 4 EXP. Because of her growth and increase in her aura, adding to the increase in the level of her charm of the seedling skill because of the constant visit from the fairies, she attracted exponentially more beings as the day passed. Those who didn't attack her began living in the surroundings, slowly creating an ecosystem. Those who attacked her, well, they were all whacked to death by her branches. Remember that Lu Shu had 25 physique points. How much was that? An average creature with physique as their main stat at the F+ rank needed to be level 9 to have an average of 21 physique points. So, while she was level 2, she had stats similar to a level 9 creature. Moreover, if you look at her numbers, she had high numbers for all her stats. This was not common, as other beings had one stat much higher than the others. Still, be it her ether, willpower, physique, or anima, all of them were close to specialized creatures at level 9 of the F+ rank. In short, any being at level 5 or below who attacked her was doing nothing but throwing their life away to feed our Lu Shu experience points. Lu Shu calmly listened to Clavel speak as the fairy took one of her branches and slowly applied a strange paste to it. "Little one, do you like it here?" Lu Shu groaned in her mind as the tiny hands gently applied whatever Clavel was using. "It feels so nice." Clavel felt happy feelings coming from Lu Shu. and her eyes curved in a crescent as she smiled. That's good. Then, Clavel moved up the branch and slowly moved toward the root. She was careful not to touch the leaves to avoid damaging them. The thing she was using was a mix of natural oils created to moisturize the bark of trees. As Clavel moved toward the main trunk and started moving downward, her eyes couldn't help but linger on the two apparent bulges 3/4 up on the trunk. HM? Are they getting bigger, or is my mind playing tricks on me? Clavel curiously touched them and squeezed. Huh? What? It's softer than the other bark dash. Suddenly, her hand was slapped by a branch. Clavel hissed, looking at the tree with a puzzled expression. What's wrong, little one? Meanwhile, Lu Shu's mind was a bit chaotic. What was that feeling? Lu Shu didn't feel much when Clavel touched that part of her trunk. It was similar to the rest of her body. However, the moment Clavel started fondling and pressing, Lu Shu felt her mind go blank for a second as an unknown sensation flooded her mind. Out of fear for the new sensation, she instantly attacked whatever was touching her. Thankfully, she didn't hit Clavel with all her might, or her hand would have been more than red. Feeling guilty, Lu Shu looked at Clavel and thought about how to compensate her. Clavel, on the other hand, was confused and asked softly, What's wrong, little one? Did I press too hard? HM, let's use our communication method, okay? During this week, the fairies realized that the level of sentience in Lu Shu was extraordinarily high for a tree. Therefore, they created a yes and no answer method. If the answer was no, Lu Shu would release her ether mana aura. If it were yes, she would release her anima energy aura. This allowed for simple communication between them and also pushed Lu Shu to practice thought and ether mana and anima energy control. Lu Shu remembered what they had explained in the past, so after a few minutes of digesting Clavel's words, she released her anima energy aura to answer yes. For the fairies, it would be a lie to say that it wasn't tedious to communicate with the slow-thinking tree. After all, sometimes they would have to wait even hours to receive a yes or a no. By the way, it was with this method that the fairies learned that Lu Shu already had a name. Of course, with their method, they couldn't really know which name she had. After all, while Lu Shu could understand speech thanks to her most powerful SSS rank skill, reading and writing were still not possible. Even if she had the ability to use the SSS rank passive, she couldn't fully utilize those skills with her current level of strength. It was like using a cup to take water out of a clean lake. The water she took could be drunk, but if you spoke about using the entire lake at once, it was impossible. So, for now, she had the ability to understand all kinds of speech, but nothing further than that. Clavel began asking, Did you like it when I touched you? She was actually quite nervous. What if their little one was just being polite by letting them touch her at will? But in truth, she hated it. Clavel would feel awful if that was the case. Thankfully for her, a small stream of anima energy came her way after 5 minutes of nerve-wracking wait. Clavel sighed in relief. That's good, that's good. Then, Clavel looked at the 2 bumps on Lu Shu's trunk. Honestly, all the fairies had somewhat realized that Lu Shu, even as a tree, somewhat resembled the body of a female. However, trees grew in all kinds of shapes, and coincidences as such were not that uncommon. Moreover, it was common sense that all trees were female, so the fact that some adopted semi-humanoid shapes was taken as the tree's femininity shaping their trunks. What the rose fairies didn't know about was that trees could feel pleasure, not common pleasure like the one Lu Shu exhibited when eating, but sexual pleasure. Trees developed by themselves and didn't need a mate to produce seeds. They could produce them easily and spread them around, using the earth as fertilizer to reproduce. The way they evolved happened during the life of the tree. Unlike humans, who combine the gene pools of 2 people to create a completely new life, trees subconsciously change their own genes during their long lives, and the seeds they spread around would then blossom with those new traits. This was also why flora was everywhere, including volcanic regions. Trees in those areas had slowly evolved to not only resist fire, but also feed on it. Naturally, this didn't mean that trees couldn't reproduce sexually. If not, sylvans wouldn't exist. but this was something that will be explored later, quite in depth. Clavel, who didn't know that she had just pressed on one of Lu Shu's erogenous points, asked confusedly, "Did you slap my hand because you felt uncomfortable?" Lu Shu began thinking about it. Uncomfortable? It was definitely strange, but it wasn't uncomfortable. After mulling over it, she decided to answer no. Clavel tilted her head, feeling confused. Why did she slap my hand otherwise? Aster, her friend, came and saw Clavel looking at Lu Shu confusedly. "What's wrong, Clavel?" Clavel turned her head and commented, "Oh, Aster. Well, you see." Aster listened and also became confused. She commented, "How about you finish spreading the paste first?" "Look at her." Clavel looked and saw that only the upper part had a transparent, slimy substance. She commented, "Help me with it, Aster." Aster had no problems with that, and both fairies got to work. Their hands descended, and they carefully looked at Lu Shu when they approached the waist area. After all, Clavel and Aster could guess that Lu Shu reacted when Clavel touched the breast-looking area on the trunk. So, this time, they were extremely careful when applying the natural paste. Lu Shu looked at them with curiosity, but the feeling was as usual because of their carefulness. Strange. What happened back then? Although she was confused, she didn't mull over it for long. A level 5 fairy approached and commented, "There's a small group of earth-carving hare coming this way. Our little one has probably attracted them." Clavel and Aster were already done with the paste, so they flew upward. Clavel smiled. "Have fun, little one." Lu Shu looked at how the fairies went into the canopies, leaving her alone, and mentally sighed. Are any other little friends approaching? Or are they the bad little friends? Her world tree eye extended to its maximum range, and soon she saw a group of yellowish quadrupedal fluff balls hopping her way. Looking at them closely, she saw that there were 6 creatures, 3 of them level 3, 2 of them level 4, and 1 of them level 5. Lu Shu observed them as she saw their noses twitching and approaching her. Naturally, she didn't react wrongly. It was not that she disliked creatures approaching her. It was just when they had bad intentions or treated her as prey. So, as the 5 hares hopped closer and sniffed the ground, Lu Shu looked at them curiously. I've never seen this kind of little friend. She looked at their stats page, just to be sure, and saw nothing menacing or wrong with them. The leading hare titled her head, its ears straightening as it suddenly looked around alertly. However, Lu Shu didn't find it strange, as her senses also picked up something. Danger. Extreme danger that she had never felt before. Then, from the edge of her senses, a being shot at tremendous speed, like a predator, and arrived in front of the 5 hares. Naturally, the 5 small animals tried to dodge and run, their speed extremely quick for their level. However, it was useless, and Lu Shu knew it. The reason? The message that popped in front of her. Charm of the Seedling has attracted a Thornstride level 11. Proficiency increased by 110. Charm of the Seedling has attracted a Thornstride level 11. Proficiency increased by 110. Once she read that message, all her usual activities stopped as she focused her every cell into her perception. Then, a semi-bipedal creature shot from the bushes and landed on the ground where the group of hares was. It looked around and shot in the direction of one of the strongest hares. With extreme ease, his sharp claw dug into the creature's neck, beheading it. Without looking back for a single instant, he moved quickly toward the level 4-1, similarly killing it in an instant. Then it stopped. Lu Shu, who had barely managed to follow his movements, was as still as possible, her energy careful not to spread outward and trying to control every inch of her skin. She knew, from the bottom of her heart, that if that thing attacked her, she had no chance of surviving. What is that? It's so different from the other Thornstride I saw in the past. The level 11 Thornstride sniffed the air and tilted its head. What's this scent? Hearing it speak, she was surprised. Until now, all Thornstride she had met were not much more intelligent than any other random beast she had encountered. Curious, he looked around, observing the trees with its penetrating gaze. After all, while they fed on other animals, their diet was also filled with trees. He calmly approached the two hunted prey, picking them up and constantly observing his surroundings. Lu Shu's relatively small height compared to other trees was quite a lifesaver for now, as a scent as enticing as hers would never come from a small tree. Strange. All the biggest trees here are level 7 or level 8. Still, even while faint, I can smell something that should be quite nutritious around here. The thorn stride began taking bloody bites out of the corpse, spreading the sound of crunching bones as it masticated the freshly caught hairs. Well, whatever. I was searching for the Rose Fairies. Where was their camp? About a few hours east from here? Or was it north? TSK. So complicated. Why has that boy disappeared for so long? While the thorn stride mumbled as it ate, the Rose Fairies in the tree's canopies were extremely tense. The second it appeared, Clavel's heart almost dropped to the ground. We need to call the leader quickly. She silently jumped from branch to branch, reaching the side of a lithe Rose Fairy. Zinnia, go quickly to find the leader. You're the fastest of us. If something happens, we'll try to stop him, but we can't do much without Leader Floor being present. Floor was currently out, leveling by hunting some creatures that harmed the forest. It was something all Rose Fairies did in their spare time as protectors of the forest. However, as a level 10, the experience points she gained from lower-level creatures were quite pitiful, so she did so very rarely. Pollinating Lu Shu and doing other similar activities was much more efficient. Zinnia first moved silently through the branch and then took flight, speeding in the direction Floor left. Clavel saw the thorn stride killing the two hares and looking around curiously with sharp eyes. The second he approaches the little one, we attack as one. With Zinnia out, a level 8 Rose Fairy, there was one level 9, 2 level 8, and around 9 level 7 Rose Fairies. Level 6 fairies and below would probably be unable to pierce the defense of a level 11 Thornstride. Their bark-like skin was tough and durable. The Thornstride, intending to leave, started to walk in the northeast direction, the direction it thought the Rose Fairies were. Still, Lu Shu, who was north of the Thornstride position, felt as if it was approaching her. Lu Shu hastily looked at his status window to find something that could save her. Name, Fror. Titles, Tribe Leader, the current leader of the Thornstride tribe in the Golden Sap Forest. All stats +5. Tree Devour, gained and evolved after eating 1,000 trees of level 5 or above. Damage against tree beings increased by 15%. Territory Owner, because of his exceptional strength in the area he resides in, he has gained control of a piece of land. Any creature that steps inside and is weaker than the user will feel intimidated. +5 to all stats while in your territory. Race, Adult Barkskin Thornstride. Energy Method, Level 11 248/5849. Ether Mana Shards 2985/3075. Foer Body Shards 8074/8074. Anima Energy Shards 4609/4624. Attributes: Ether 26, 15 plus 11. Physique 63, 41 plus 22. Anima 48, 23 plus 15. Willpower 49, 44 plus 5. Destiny 27, 22 plus 5. Affinity Percentage: Ether Resonance 7.5. Physique Refinement 16.5. Anima Affinity 10.6. Resistance Percentage: Ether Resistance 11. Physique Resistance 15. Spiritual Resistance 12. Mental Resistance 13. Talents: Thornchomp, F plus rank level 2. Bite a tree and decrease its physical resistance by 20%. Stride Slash, F plus rank level max. Slash with a powerful claws. Ignore 15% defense if it is a tree. Swift Stride, F rank level 4. Use your powerful hind leg muscles and coat them in ether mana, making a quick dash. Tribe Roar, F rank level 1. Use your presence and anima energy as a tribe leader to roar and enhance all their and your attributes by 5% for 5 minutes. Passive Skills: Acute Nose, F plus rank level max. Your nose is 6 times stronger than usual. You can catch the scent of creatures that would boost your strength if they are 6 levels lower than you. Bark Skin, F plus rank level 1. Your skin is tough and resistant to slash and piercing damage. Attacks below a certain threshold do nothing to you. Reduce those 2 damage types by 15%. Bipedal Thorn Stride, F rank level 2. You gained this skill after reaching level 10 and before the age of 35. For a creature with 45 years of lifespan, you could be considered a successful adult, allowing you to have a semi-evolution and gain a bipedal form. Your children will have a higher chance of being successful adults. However, your fertility with undeveloped females has fallen drastically. Accumulated experience, 0. After Lu Shu looked at his status window, she became even stiller. Her entire body assimilated with the nature around her, looking like any other tree. I can't win. Of course, for someone at Froer's level, a small tree, such as Lu Shu, was completely ignored. Froer, aiming northeast from his position, started gathering ether mana on his powerful hind legs to flash into the forest and try to find the rose fairies. However, neither she nor the rose fairies had any way of knowing that. Therefore, when he started walking in Lu Shu's direction and looked ready to pounce, Clavel and the other rose fairies became nervous and came forward. After all, with their speed, it would be too late to decide after Froer shot forward. His speed was too fast. Amapola, the level 9 rose fairy, took the lead. Attack! Froer's pupil shrunk when he felt dozens of wind blades shooting toward him. Using his about-to-complete skill, Swift Stride, his body flashed forward as he dodged everything coming his way. Bang! 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 Several attacks landed where he previously was, leaving deep traces on the earth. Froer looked around with his lizard-like head and his stiff lips arched, cracking in a few places. I don't know how you knew I was here, but this makes things easier. Tell me, Rose Fairies, where's my son? Let's turn back the clock to 2 days ago. About 20 kilometers south of where Lu Shu was, Froer was frowning, sitting on a wooden chair. Well, more than a chair, it was a tree stump carved to have enough space for him to sit. His body was tall, nearly reaching 2 meters in height, and while he could walk in a bipedal way, his form leaned more toward quadrupedal movement. While some would say that he was humanoid, in truth, he was just bigger than other thorn strides and had longer and stronger hind legs to support his body. His skin was rough like a tree's bark, and his hands and feet were lizard-like with long claws. Especially the middle claw of his 4 fingers, which had a sharp and stiff look that gleamed with the sun. Other than that, the most prominent characteristic was his elongated face, which made him look as if he had a lizard's face and a thick tail that dragged on the ground. A quadrupedal thorn stride, who was snuggled by his side, asked, lifting her face. What's wrong, tribe leader? Thorn strides that were weaker than level 7 could barely talk a few words, but communicating with each other was possible. Froer asked, any news about Froer? He has been missing for a while already. Didn't he say that he would be back after 2 sunrises? It's been many since he left. A male thorn stride chomping at a fallen tree spoke in a hissing and raspy voice. We sent a few warriors to find out about him. The thorn stride that was snuggling by Froer's side, looking thinner and with softer edges all around, spoke in a higher-pitched hissing voice. We must find my child. Froer looked at the female thorn stride with a frown. If he died outside, it's his fault. We'll just have to create another batch of eggs. The lizard blinked, and her expression changed. For a human, it would look strange, as if she was strained or something, but it was supposed to be a shy look. Yes, leader. She was the second highest level female of the clan, with the first being more independent and rarely grouping with the tribe, so she was Froer's primary mate. This was an extremely good advantage since she could eat and live almost as she pleased. Because Froer had been raising Froer to become his successor, she had been ignored for a while, but now that he needed another child, it was normal for him to come to her again. While it was true that losing her child was sad, for it was the only male child, so as long as she managed to give birth to another one, her position would remain fixed. Parent-child love naturally existed, but Froer was not a very good seedling other than having good genes. He lacked intelligence and sharpness and was very impulsive. If he weren't one of Fror's only two children, he wouldn't even be considered by Fror. Meanwhile, another female lizard at his side frowned. "Father, why can't I be the future chief?" While this one was relatively young, she was an astounding level 9 Thornstride. Her father looked at her and shook his head. "I've never heard of a female that can break the limit and become a level 10. I told you before that unless you can reach level 10, the chief's position must be held by a male." The female beast hissed and slapped a log at the side with her tail, creating a loud bang and making it roll. Then, she walked off with a huff into the forest, leaving one sentence behind. "I'll show you then." Fror looked at her, departing back and internally. "It's not that I don't want to, but the other males will try to make you surrender to steal the chief position unless you are strong enough." He knew that if he announced his daughter as his successor, there would be many who would start courting her in earnest. Power was attractive because of the titles that you gained after becoming the chief. Fror didn't want to place such a burden on his daughter and create a situation where the clan could be divided in an internal strife. After reaching level 10, the intelligence of creatures did a qualitative jump. It wasn't too big of a jump, and Fror was far from comparing to any creature that was born humanoid from birth, but it was enough that he could think of some of these things when the rest were, quite literally, instinct-driven and impulsive beasts. Of course, they were different from common, mindless beasts, but they were not even close to being as developed as the sapient races like humans or sylvans. The line that divided wild creatures and intelligent creatures was quite blurred, which was the origin of the multiple conflicts that constantly happened all around the world. Fror thought deeply about Frar's disappearance. In his opinion, the ones who should be able to endanger Fror knew that he was his child, so unless he did something stupid, they would not kill him. Other than that, being at level 7 and having quite a few advantages since birth, he was quite a strong being to die in the forest randomly. A new arrival? Perhaps a group has finally decided to move in the offensive? Or did outsiders come? Outsiders referred to creatures from outside the forest who came occasionally. Fror had met a few, and he had to escape more than once. Without being able to reach any answers with his limited intelligence, he decided to take a look personally. While that son of his was not very bright, his instincts were always top-notch. He wouldn't provoke something he can't win against. The only option that remained in his mind was that he had been purposely killed by one of the other tribes, if it was not something done by outsiders. "Well, it's been a while since I left. Rose fairies, river beavers, fire ants, and myconids. Who should I visit first to ask about it?" Of course, his thought was asking, but his body spread an aura of wanting to do a little more than just asking. The female Thornstride approached and rubbed on his leg. "See, Chief, can we?" The man shook his head and leaned down to pat her head. "Mating comes later. I need to check what happened." Then, with a powerful jump, he disappeared into the forest. In another part of the forest, in a deep cave not too far away from Lu Shu, a seductive woman lay on a bed made from leaves, branches, and a handcrafted sheet to insulate her from the cold, rocky floor. In addition, about 20 bugs the size of a large dog crawled around and carried mushed food in oval shapes, stacking it probably for the woman to eat later. All these insects had 6 legs, a large thorax, and a pair of large and powerful mandibles. They were ants. The seductive woman was also not very human-like. While she was the shape of a human woman, she had compound eyes and a pair of long antennae sticking from her forehead. Inside her mouth, there were a set of powerful teeth and fangs. Her body was the size of an average female, and the dress she wore had a reddish texture and also looked like many layered carapaces. This dress was also opened on the back, allowing for her own extra appendage to stick outside. It was an extremely thick and large thorax attached to where her tailbone would be. The color of the carapace matched her eyes and hair, a beautiful red color. She was the fire ant queen. After resting for a few hours, the ant queen woke up. Her compound eyes didn't have eyelids, as they were attached to her face. So the first thing she did to wake up was soak her face in water, cleaning the accumulated dirt that impeded her vision. Looking around at her little children moving, she sighed, looking a bit bored. Another uneventful day. When her children saw that she was awake, a few of the youngest approached and began crawling all over her. This made the bored ant queen smile, and she used her clawed hands to pet them. "Good morning, my children." While she spoke with sound, her antennae similarly secreted pheromones to communicate with the least developed children. After she crossed the level 10 boundary, there were almost no challenges left in the forest. It was not easy protecting her ant colony until she went from a level 9 fire ant queen to a level 10 fire ant queen. However, after finally crossing that boundary and gaining a humanoid body, there were almost no creatures in Golden Sap Forest who even dared attack her nest. Therefore, the ant queen focused on increasing her proficiency in her skills, especially her egg-laying capacities. It had been a few years since she started this routine. By now, she had a few skills at the max level and was ready to be upgraded to the next tier, but she lacked comprehension and experience points. While breaking through the tier could be said to be as simple as using experience points, that was not entirely the case for non-world tree creatures. First, one needed to understand the skill's essence, and then one needed to study how to improve it. That's why many beasts who were born with F-rank skills were stuck in this rank generation after generation. Reaching an F+ rank from an F rank was not difficult. It was a matter of time, but evolving it to an E rank was the complicated part. The reason creatures became human-like as they increased levels and gained intelligence was exactly this. A creature without intelligence would never be able to overcome the limits set by their birth. But on the off chance that one creature from that species was born intelligent enough and managed to increase enough levels, they would eventually develop their species toward a new place. The current strongest beings were creatures of the past, whose ancestors managed to consecutively break through these limits. Meanwhile, as the little darlings of the universe, world trees just needed to spend experience since their birth was somewhat connected with the energy around them. This allowed all world trees to understand what to do to increase tiers, levels, etc. The only thing holding back world trees was, first, their immobile nature. Second, some creatures actively hunted them and gave a lot of experience points when they died. Third, the struggle they had to go through to reach a state of maturity. Many died before they could spread their roots or gain offensive skills to defend themselves. Moreover, while defensive skills were normal to develop in world trees that could develop offensive skills early on were extremely rare. And finally, their slow growth and inability to gain too many experience points. The higher a creature's tier, the more experience it needed to cross levels. World trees were naturally born with high tiers, which made it impossible for them to gain as many experience points as other beings during combat and with many other sources. Creatures in the past have tried to force-feed prey to world trees they adore by offering sacrifices and such. But the system was fair and somewhat sentient. Growth needed to be natural, and trying to circumvent the rules never ended in a positive outcome. If one wanted to get stronger, then one needed to, well, experience things. That's why they were called experience points. Meanwhile, the rest of the creatures needed more than just experience. They needed to understand the skill, how it worked, and what kind of path the skill could follow to become stronger. For example, one of the queen's abilities before it reached F+ rank was Fire Spit, F rank. After she maxed out this attack skill, she used her knowledge in Fire Ether Mana to make it break through into Fireball, F+ rank. This already set up the skill to become E rank because of the large change in the nature of the skill. The Ant Queen managed to do so after becoming humanoid. She felt that her glands were not enough to produce as much attacking spit, so she transformed the skill. As with everything, it was not always necessary to do this kind of change, as some skills with higher potential could break through with just experience. However, for most skills, one must understand and then tier up. These nuances to the system that creatures understood instinctively were also why most creatures didn't go on a slaughter, killing everything in sight to level up their things. A creature needed as much comprehension as it needed experience points. One without the other amounted to nothing. The Fire Ant Queen ate the food prepared for her by her ant workers when she suddenly heard a loud explosion outside her nest. Oh, A visitor. Her antennae twitched, and a smile spread on her lips. However, as she prepared to climb to the surface, she felt the death of some of her high-level fighter children, which made her smile disappear as cold rage burned in her compound red eyes. At her maximum speed, the Ant Queen moved and flashed through the complicated tunnels, reaching the nest's entrance in just a few seconds. She was followed by hundreds of ants that flooded outward like a brown tide. When she arrived outside, she could see a few injured ants surrounding a tall, burly half-man, half-lizard. And further outside, she could see one of her level 7 children with her head missing. Her compound eyes took everything in as her sight finally fell onto the lizard-like creature with bark-like skin. Ho ho! I didn't expect Frore to come to my humble nest. To what pleasure do I owe your visit? Was it fun to slaughter one of my children? The man frowned, feeling the killing intent radiating from the Ant Queen, and looked at her deeply. Ignatia, do you have anything to do with Frore's disappearance? Ignatia, the Ant Queen, showed an honest, confused expression. What are you talking about? Frore nodded. It's not the Myconids, it's not the river beavers, and it is not you either. Did the rose fairies take action? Ignatia frowned when she saw Frore turn around to leave. She spoke chillingly. Hey, do you think this is your nest? You came, injured my children, killed one of them, and now you want to leave? Frore stopped and looked back menacingly. I killed it because it was getting annoying. I didn't have any intentions of killing any of them. So what's the problem? Ignatia's lips split into a murderous grin far larger than a human's anatomy would ever be able to make. Do you think that you are invincible because you've reached level 11? Frore stomped the ground, making it crack, and smiled coldly. I do think I am. What can you do about it? Go ahead if you want to challenge me and lose half your colony. I could do some roasted ant meat for dinner. Ignatia's hair flowed as ether mana and anima energy gathered around her. Frore's face changed when he realized something, and he became serious. You are also level 11. Ignatia looked at him coldly, but after a few seconds, she snorted and dispelled her energies. Leave. Next time, call me before you hurt my children, or I'll visit your nest with them so that they have a feast. This is my last warning, Frore. If I hear that any of my children have died at the hands of any of your people, I won't rest until your species has been eliminated from the golden sap forest. Frore squinted, but he didn't say anything. He knew that Ignatia's ant army easily crossed 1,000 units. Even if they were generally weaker than Thornstrides, their innate ability to spit inflammable substances and work as one could literally drown a stronger creature in a fire. Frore killed that level 7 ant because it went crazy and attacked him. If not, as he did with the rest, he would have just injured them. Moreover, he also had confidence in her level of advantage. But now that he knew that Ignatia had caught up with him, he became cautious. In short, provoking the Ant Queen wasn't worth it. After giving her one last look, Frore turned around and entered the forest again. Ignatia looked at his disappearing figure and got thoughtful as she approached her dead child. Something happened to Frore. Her lips arched, and she ordered, her compound eyes gleaming with interest. Scouts, search around the area for clues of what is happening. Focus in the east area. A few dozen black and green ants scurried out of the nest and entered the forest, perfectly camouflaging with their surroundings. Ignatia smiled and sashayed her wide hips away, the large ant appendage swaying behind her. It seems that the stale forest is about to become fun again. My colony will thrive in war and grow. Then, Ignatia calmly entered her nest and went to the nursery. She saw a few empty spots where there weren't any larvae or pupae and moved her ant appendage. Ignatia squinted and smiled in pleasure as she placed 20 new soldier ant eggs. Ah, so refreshing. You've gained 8 experience points after laying 10x less than F. Rank Fire Ant Soldier Egg. 7x less than F Rank Fire Ant Soldier Egg. 2x less than F plus Rank Fire Ant Soldier Egg. And 1x less than F plus Rank Fire Ant Warrior Egg. Ignatia tilted her head. Warrior? Lucky. 3 of my children are in F plus ranks today. Moreover, One of them is a very rare warrior. One of those can fight against 3 normal F+ soldiers. She patted those 3 eggs lovingly with a happy smile and kissed the warrior egg. Then, she returned to her room and lay back on her comfortable bed, starting to eat the accumulated food so that she could lay more eggs tomorrow. I wonder what interesting things will my children find. Tell me, Rose Fairies, where's my son? After the Thornstride leader asked that question, nobody answered. All of them looked at him with wary eyes as they prepared for a battle of endurance until Floor arrived. Even if the odds were 12 against 1, the fairies would not have much of an advantage. Even the strongest Amapola had these values as her ternary essences. Ether Mana, 2174/2174. Foer, 675 of 675. Anima, 990/990. If we then added her primary attribute, Ether, which is 21 points, it would not have been nearly enough to fight the level 11 powerhouse. Amapola, as the strongest, took the lead in the conversation. Tribe leader Floor, we know nothing about your child. Leave this place before our leader, Floor, arrives. Floor squinted, his vertical pupils thinning. Amapola, you should already know that the little group you have gathered is not nearly strong enough to fight me. Amapola spoke indifferently. Remember, what's our advantage? If we go into an all-out war, you might end up as the last Thornstride alive. We might be unable to kill you, but the rest are easy prey for us. We've maintained peace for more than 4 generations. Do you really want to break the peace our ancestors worked hard to bring to the Golden Sap Forest? Floor laughed in mockery, his throat making strange noises. Peace is what made our forest weaken to this extent. The nature of the world is to fight. If not, why would the ancestral voice make us stronger through slaughter? Amapola's face twisted, her red hair blowing with the astral wind. You dare? The system promulges peace through nature's many resources to increase our strength. Strength is to protect nature, not to raise it to the ground. You all would disappear from existence without the protection nature gives you. And yet, you are ignorant enough to not only not protect, but eat trees. Amapola wanted to keep berating, but Floor lifted one of his feet and stomped it down. Bang! Lu Shu internally grunted as the shock wave traveled through the earth and hit her roots and core like a maze. -2. Floor was not too far away from Lu Shu's current position. That's why it damaged her slightly. However, her body quickly healed this kind of damage. Floor growled, Amapola, do I look like I came here to listen to your ramblings? Tell me where my child is, and I'll leave your pathetic, tree-hugging race live. Amapola raised an eyebrow. Is that supposed to be an insult? Chief Floor, as I said at first, we know nothing about where your child went. Floor snorted, looking around with curiosity at the gathered rose fairies. However, how did you find me? Moreover, almost all of you are around. He smiled coldly, the stiff lips arching. Did I come here leaving plenty of hints? Why could you follow me or even find me so soon? Amapola frowned. Did you think we would answer? Floor sneered. No, but even though I won't kill you yet, I can have some fun. Right after he said that, Amapola's face dropped. Attack! All 12 fairies moved into action and separated, quickly flying in different directions with the use of their wind ether mastery. However, Floor was level 11. Not only has he breached the level 10 threshold, he has even increased a level after that. Before some of the fairies could even react, Floor shot forward at tremendous speed, jumping and quickly barreling toward one of the level 7 fairies. The sound of bones breaking filled the forest while the small, 20-centimeter tall fairy blew against a tree several meters away. Life and death unknown. However, because he had to jump, his trajectory was really predictable. As Floor was about to land, a barrage of wind blades arrived and slashed him all over. However, the thick defense around him allowed him to tank everything, losing just around 500 forward points. He smiled wildly and moved quickly toward the next fairy. This tickles Rose Fairies. Thankfully, the Rose Fairies had an advantage. and that was that because of their petite bodies and ability to fly, they could circle around him and dodge many of his attacks. While Frore didn't fear them, he couldn't jump every time he wanted to take down one of the remaining 11 fairies. While the first barrage of attacks didn't do that much damage, now he had open wounds that could unexpectedly become a big deal. After all, the numbers of damage are related not to fixed damage done by skills, but as a way to quantify vitality and other factors inside the body. The system exists to show the creatures how strong they are, and not vice versa. Without the system, people would still be able to increase in strength. Frore moved quickly, dodging the falling wind blades. In his mind, he was calculating. They should not have that much ether mana left, right? Still, he suddenly saw most of the fairies take out a deep blue-colored berry and eat it, making him blink. He intently looked at one of them and saw that the ether mana had increased by 10 points. Were those berries? Such things exist in the wild. Amapola shouted. Continue to use low-level attacks and use the berries to recover. We just have to hold on for a while longer. Frore frowned, looking around for something that he could use, but this place seemed strangely clean and taken care of. Was it really a coincidence that we came along with each other? While Frore's nose for unique trees was extraordinary, Lu Shu was many levels below, which helped her hide from him in plain sight. Lu Shu couldn't really see the entirety of the fight. Her sight was limited to 40 meters, after all. However, her senses other than sight were much more developed compared to humanoids. She could sense the earth, feel the wind, and was aware of some energy changes. They were immature, but she was slowly developing the senses that a proper world tree should have. While they were gauging each other, Frore suddenly saw one of the fairies approach a tree, and his pupils thinned. With incredible speed, he shot in that direction and then jumped. The fairy was quick to react, moving sideways. However, Frore's speed was extremely quick, and while he didn't manage to land a solid blow, a significant part of the strength carried by his attack struck the fairy, blowing her away from the strength behind that attack. Amapola shouted, "Prepare, huh?" While Amapola was going to order to prepare to attack in his landing spot, Frore used the tree behind the fairy and smashed onto it, bending the trunk backwards slightly and using that like a sling to land on the floor firmly again. Amapola's face changed. "Be careful with the trees. Don't get close to them." Frore licked his lips, looking around with predatory eyes and ready to pounce at the slightest chance. That first fairy should have died, but I haven't received a notification of her death. How could she survive with such heavy wounds? The second fairy I hit is probably out of combat as well. Sadly, I couldn't catch any of the level 8 ones, or Amapola. When Frore was about to pounce again, a powerful voice was heard from the side. "What do you think you are doing, Frore?" Like a small hurricane, Flore descended, her bright red hair fluttering around as her face warped in anger. The pressure Flore released was even superior to the 10 fighting fairies, making her look majestic and noble. Frore paused and looked over with a severe face. He could play around with these level 9 and below beings, but Flore was someone who could kill him if things went south. "Flore, I'm going to ask you one time. Where's my child?" Flore descended right before him, unafraid of his powerful body. Although she was 30 centimeters tall, a doll-like being compared to the almost 2-meter-tall Frore, her presence was no less impactful. "Frore, I've never bothered taking care of your race because you never touched my bottom line. However, if you dare act as you will in my territory, I'm going to slaughter all Thornstride from the Golden Sap Forest, even if it is the last thing I do." Frore gritted his teeth, looking at the tiny fairy with a dangerous gaze, but then he snorted. "Whatever. I'll be going. It's not worth it fighting all of you over this." Frore looked at the surroundings again, as if trying to memorize them, and then left. Amapola asked, "Leader Flore, why didn't we attack him as one?" Flore looked at Amapola and used her hand to chop down at her forehead. "Ouch! Did you forget why we are here? Do you want a full-scale battle to unfold so close to that little thing? Even if it is sturdy, look, she has received damage more than once." Amapola rubbed her forehead and looked over, seeing a few leaves falling around it. When Frore was fighting, he naturally moved all over the place, and moving by Lu Shu's side was a matter of course. In the aftermath, she lost around 20 foer, which is nothing to be worried about, but the fact that she was damaged to this extent was telling of what would happen if they dared fight here. Floor approached Lu Shu while speaking. Take care of the injured ones. Use the berries we've accumulated to heal them. This should work really well for deep wounds, as their vitality and healing properties are really powerful. Then, she caressed the trunk of the tree and smiled. Don't worry, little one. They are gone. Were you scared? Lu Shu's branches swayed as they moved very lightly toward Floor. Floor reached out and caressed them with a smile. Okay, everything is all right. The bad guy has left. While Floor didn't know Lu Shu's exact age, she could tell by how she behaved until now that she had an extraordinarily naive and young mind. Meanwhile, Lu Shu was looking around, unsure as to how to react. She had never felt this much fear in her short life. The feeling coming from that thorn stride was extremely palpable. She knew that one wrong move would mean death. And, as a world tree, while she was a creature connected to the cycle of life in an extremely deep level, she also feared death. There was an instinct very deep inside that told her to survive, no matter the cost, that she needed to continue pushing onward. After Floor returned, Floor thought that things wouldn't be complicated any further. However, it seems that it was her misunderstanding. The Rose Fairies saw a few thorn strides roaming their territory for a while, making them feel alert. Moreover, their activities were closing in the place where they stayed the most, and that was around Lu Shu. Clavel frowned. Leader Floor, what do we do now? Do I go hunt those pesky tree eaters? Floor shook her head, pondering what to do. They're getting closer and closer to Lu Shu. Should we start a war? Then, Floor blinked and realized. Oh, I forgot to do today's pollination. She flew toward Lu Shu and saw the little one's branches joyfully swaying, making her lips arch. It has been a few days since Floor came, and during that time, Lu Shu had been getting 10 experience points daily from Floor, 2 experience points from her energy gathering skill, and the occasional ignorant beast that approached with bad intentions. Because of that, her current accumulated experience looks like this. Accumulated experience, 512. So, when Floor circled her while releasing the red mist-like dust, the usual notification reached her. Hey, Rose Fairy level 10 has used basic pollination on you. You've gained 10 experience points. Lu Shu became extremely happy. Her dropping branches swayed, her body swayed, and the soothing and calming feeling of the pollen released by Floor reached her core, making her happy. This feels so nice. Floor is the best. Floor saw through the young tree's feelings and laughed. You are really cute, little one. Did it feel good? However, Floor's smile dropped in the next second. Lu Shu moved toward her system window and dropped all 520 experience points on her level, effectively leveling up to level 3. However, as she did so, an uncontrollable event would happen where her breakthrough would become noticeable. If the boost was not considerable, the effects of leveling up were dismissed, but as a level 3 being, each level up was a massive jump in growth. Ether, Anima, and Foer rushed toward Lu Shu, creating a soft wind around them. When she saw the similar events that happened when Lu Shu broke through before, Floor's heart sank, and she immediately called all Rose Fairies. All of you, stand alert. The little one is leveling up again. Without a single moment of hesitation, all Rose Fairies flew from the surrounding branches and prepared to fight whoever dared approach. Meanwhile, Lu Shu had sunk in her mind and the sensations all around her body. Leveling up was a way of expanding a creature's vessel, increasing its strength, and improving all its other qualities. Lu Shu, as a world tree, was affected much more deeply. With the sound of bark creaking, the sound of leaves rustling, and the sound of the ternary essence swirling into the tree, one could see the body of the tree growing in real time. From her current 3 meters tall, she grew to 4. However, even if it was just 1 meter, the entire body of the world tree became more refined and appeared increasingly extraordinary. The changes were not visible at a single glance yet, but if someone knowledgeable looked, they would realize what Lu Shu was growing into. Whether it was a blessing or not, Floor was considered knowledgeable. As the oldest Rose Fairy and highest level one, she had seen the world much more than any other of the group. As a result, she knew about the existence of world trees. Floor's eyes widened as she saw the traces clearly for the first time. She had been in doubt for a while, but now she knew. This little one is truly a world tree. A stream of notifications popped into Floor's mind, followed by a massive surge of energy exploding from her. You are the first to recognize Tianlian Lu Shu as a world tree. As a reward for discovering a new world tree and nurturing when you didn't know about it, your affinity toward the world tree will increase. You've increased affinity with a world tree, rewarding new bloodline. You've increased affinity with a world tree, increasing the user's tier. You've increased affinity with a world tree. You'll level up 2 times. Level up. Level up. Titles have evolved. Skills have evolved. You become a Rose Fairy Queen. Floor's eyes were about to pop out of her skull. Huh. In a rush, she checked her own system page. Name, Floor. Titles. Rose Fairy Monarch as the Queen of Rose Fairies. All Rose Fairies following your command have a greater chance of breaking through limits. Friend of the World Tree, if you are in an area dominated by the World Tree, your stats will increase by 20%. Warning, if you ever damage the World Tree maliciously, this title will transform into Enemy of the World. Protector of Nature, your stats will increase by 10% when protecting nature. Warning, if you ever damage nature maliciously, this title will transform into Curse by Nature. Wind Tamer, you've tamed the wind. Now, it is your friend. You can use wind ether mana much more efficiently. Race, Rose Fairy Queen. Energy method, Royal Pollination, only usable with world trees. You will increase your and the experience of the world tree's experience by level of world tree carat 2. It can be used on 1 world tree a day. Simple pollination, gain experience equal to flora level * tier / your level per flower. Can be used once a day. Level 12/0/7440. Ether Mana Shards 12432 /12432. Foer Body Shards 3612 of 3612. Anima Energy Shards 5845 /5845. Attributes: Ether 89, 75 plus 14. Physique 28, 19 plus 9. Anima 44, 33 plus 11. Willpower 56, 56. Destiny 96, 96. Affinity Percentage: Ether Resonance 16, 4. Physique Refinement 7, 5. Anima Affinity 10, 7. Resistance Percentage: Ether Resistance 16. Physique Resistance 11. Spiritual Resistance 13. Mental Resistance 14. Talents: Basic Pollination, E rank level 10/3900. Pollinate a flower. The pollinated flower will gain a small buff of 5% extra growth rate, 5% production, and 10 experience. You can only use it once a week on the same plant. If used on a world tree that you have used Royal Pollination on, it will receive a buff to all their basic stats equal to the Fairy Queen's level for a day. Wind Slash, E rank level 10/3900. A cutting current that can deal tremendous damage. It is an attack that can cleave even reinforced armored surfaces. It uses ether mana and anime energy, and it can be adjusted. The more resources used, the stronger it can get. Range 50 meters. Rose Fairy Queen's Embrace. E. Rank level 10/3900. Your aura can be used to heal and energize any living creature. However, if used on a plant creature, the effects will be much stronger. It uses mainly ether mana, but there's a bit of need to use Foer. Frantic Flight. E. Rank level 10/3900. You can move extremely quickly in unrecognizable patterns. Your speed increased by 100% for 10 seconds. It uses ether mana to control wind, ether, and envelop your body. Passive skills. Friend of the World Tree, a rank level max. Plants innately like you. However, if you purposely harm them, they will quickly feel betrayed and hate you. Life Sense E, rank level 10/3900. As a creature born from the forest, your senses toward living beings are very sharp. You can also locate valuable plants that can be harvested. Accumulated experience 0. When Floor read her system window, she almost fell from midair. What happened to all my skills? They were F rank. Floor looked at her ternary essences, but didn't know how to process them. Not to mention the skills. What are these numbers? Floor didn't know how to react to the fact that her numbers had basically doubled. This didn't mean that she was twice as strong, in any case. Not at all. She was probably 5 to 8 times stronger than before. Floor looked at the dumbfounded fairies around her, and her lips twitched. Why are they so small? Clavel shouted. Why are you so big? Floor almost smacked herself in the forehead. Right, it was I who grew, probably. As an estimate, I'm around 45 centimeters tall. She looked at her perfectly slender body with wonder, and as a test, she threw a wind crescent to the sky. Whoosh! A crescent around 1 meter wide shot upward at extreme speed, dissipating when it crossed 50 meters. Looking at her ether mana and anima energy, Floor's lips twitched. Really, world trees are blessings of the world. Also, Floor looked at the growing tree and smiled. I finally know your name, Tianlian Lu Shu. Meanwhile, Lu Shu had already gone from 3 meters to the top of her crown to 4 meters. After her massive growth ended, Lu Shu received a few messages. Level up. Ether plus 7, Physique plus 9, Anima plus 8, Willpower plus 10, Destiny plus 100. You've gained the skill Woodcrafter, E rank level 10/3900. Name, Tianlian Lu Shu. Titles. Awaken, a title that's gained when a tree gains sapience and evolves, gaining human-like intelligence. World Tree, a tree that can grow to be an overlord, admired by many, hated by some. Hidden titles, 9. Race, World Tree. Energy method, basic world energy gathering, gathers experience points * level per day. Level, 30/1110. Ether mana shards, 1013 plus 36, 5/hour. Foer body shards, 1499/1499 plus 54/hour. Anima energy shards, 1044/1044 plus 37, 6/hour. Attributes, Ether 27, 21 plus 6, Physique 37, 27 plus 10, Anima 29, 24 plus 5, Willpower 30, 30, Destiny 300, 300. Affinity percentage, Ether resonance, 25, Physique refinement, 35, Anima affinity, 20. Resistance percentage, Ether resistance, 31, Physique resistance, 37, Spiritual resistance, 32, Mental resistance, 35. Talents. Enchanted growth, E plus rank level 1, 25/18,000. Woodcrafter, E, rank level 10/3900. The World Tree can create tools and similar items with basic effects. It costs Ether mana and Anima energy if there are materials. If the World Tree wants to use itself as material, it will also cost Foer. Nature's Gift, F rank level 3, 3100/3900. Willow Strike, F rank level max. Willow Strike Barrage, F rank level 2, 420 for 1200. Passive skills. World Tree Heart, a rank level 10/5899900. World Tree Eye, C rank level 1621/1440000. World Tree Wisdom, SSS rank level max. Charm of the Seedling, F rank level 4, 5110/9300. Accumulated experience, 2. Lu Shu woke up and looked at her stats closely, her mind humming happily as she saw her numbers increase. While they are far away from that scary bad little friend, now I'm really strong. Lu Shu could feel that even level 9s like Amapola, who flew around her often, would have trouble damaging her. Of course, as a world tree, she would never be the one to start a conflict. World trees were creatures that were very easy to be around until you angered them. If you angered them, well, good luck. Although floors and loose shoes strength increase was something to celebrate, the event was not unnoticeable. The people who had been lurking around could finally feel that something was wrong on the Rose Fairy side. A woman with fiery red hair and beautiful orange-colored eyes was seen walking down the street. She was wearing a beautiful red dress, and her steps were light and cheery. She was currently walking toward the school, and today was the initiation day. Usually, Sylvans and humans waited until they were 18 to gain their first points of experience and become level 1. This ceremony was meaningful because one would know if they were apt to become someone important. Fortuna City, where the 18-year-old lived, had many prestigious schools. However, to enter the top-notch ones, one needed to be talented. Moreover, more often than not, Sylvans and humans were separated. Only public schools allowed for mixes to happen. But Sylvans attending that kind of place was strange because of the innate nobility of their race. While Sylvans weren't as numerous as humans, they were innately stronger and had longer lifespans. The only limitation of their race was their predetermined paths to build themselves up. Each Sylvan was blessed and born with a unique talent. Of course, that didn't mean that they were locked in that path. However, success was almost always guaranteed if they did. In the case of the red-haired woman, she knew that her talent would be something related to fire. After all, while she still hasn't become a level 1, she knew the name of her race. She was a Pyroether Emberites, a very rare type of Sylvan that specialized in fire control. The woman passed over a stall at the side and saw herself reflected in a transparent surface. She had grown a lot since she was little. Now, she was tall, slender, and with a mature face. Even at 18, with traces of her young visage left, it was clear that she would become a striking woman once she reached her mid-20s. During these 18 years, she had learned a lot about her own race and the humans. While both races grew up and matured similarly, Sylvans were connected to trees by ancestry. Hence, their middle stages of life were longer thanks to some extra genes coming from those trees. What was difficult for Sylvans was to have humanoid children. There was a way to sow seeds and make them grow into trees, but to create Sylvan offspring, a Sylvan needed one of the two. First, a human male that was compatible with them. This was not only extremely difficult to find, but also the chances of a Sylvan being born from sexual intercourse were slim and unreliable. That's why most Sylvans didn't see humans as potential partners. Plus, as a Sylvan, having intercourse with humans was scientifically proven not to be that pleasant. Her own family made of a human and a Sylvan was rare. So, if not humans, which were Sylvan's options for mating and creating Sylvan offspring? Plant creatures or other Sylvans? While all Sylvans were female, very few were born with an organ to impregnate. It was so rare that only 1 in 100,000 was born this way. With such a low birth rate for those, Sylvan's last option was flora. Sylvan's pregnancy worked by fertilizing the seeds in their wombs with a plant's pollen or a compatible sperm. Depending on the species, there were cases of Sylvan planting their seeds in a tree or a flower and allowing them to grow. However, not all plant beings were appropriate to mate with. For example, wild trees without thoughts, regular flowers, bushes, etc., are like monkeys or to humans. They might be somewhat similar to humans, but seeing them as sexually attractive was not only frowned upon, but also strange. The same happened to Sylvans looking at flora. Still, thanks to the ability to grow granted by the system, many plants could gain consciousness equal to humans. Sylvans cared for them, and if both sides agreed, they would develop into a partner situation. Those creatures could be trees, human-sized flowers, or even another kind of flora. They were candidates as long as they had crossed the threshold of being an intelligent species and not a monster-like one. Plus, a Sylvan's love was different from a human's in that it was prevalent. Once Sylvan chose a partner, it was very difficult for them to lose affection toward that partner. Now, how could you tell where this line was? Well, it was similar to humans seeing other humans and knowing by instinct which people were worthy and which were not. In short, instinct. But regardless of the world's customs and culture, the red-haired woman has never felt attracted to anyone or any plant in her life. She was beautiful, and above all, she was the rare type of Sylvan with both sexual genitals, making her prime relationship partner. However, she had turned down all courtship and focused on bettering herself. For Sylvans, humans, and similar humanoid races, the state of the body was important in the sense that it brought more base improvement. The red-haired woman continued walking down the street and arrived at the place she had probably visited the most throughout her life. It was a street with typical street stalls and low ceilings, allowing people to raise their gaze a bit to spot the massive world tree that towered over everything, covering half the city with its canopy. So many years have passed since that day. She sighed and lightly tapped her cheeks. Cinderelle, wake up. Now is not the time to go search. You are too weak. After saying that, Cinderelle, the red-haired Sylvan woman, picked up her pace and walked through the city to reach the place to do the initiation. It was not very complicated because, as a level 0, they only needed 10 experience points to level up. After arriving at the large plaza, she could spot her parents waiting for her. Her mother called her. Cinder, we are here. Cinderelle moved toward them with a smile. I'm coming, Mom. Her mother saw a few loose strands of hair from the wind blowing and sighed. Where did you go, child? I thought you wouldn't arrive in time. Cinderelle chuckled mischievously. Mom, I'm also eager. How could I not arrive in time? Cinderelle then looked around at the crowded place and saw a middle-aged woman with a dignified appearance stepping forward. The flowers on her pure black hair with white natural accents revealed her nature as a Sylvan. While humans and Sylvans looked similar physically, in official situations, Sylvans wore flowers in their hair, while human women wore beautiful wooden accessories. Moreover, while a human's hair color ranged between blonde color and back colors, Sylvans didn't stop there. As soon as you looked around, you could find Sylvans with all types of hair colors, most of the time related to their heritage. The black-haired woman started her speech with a flat tone, her sharp eyes looking indifferent. First of all, let me thank all people who have come to see this sacred ritual. With the help of the growth fruit, our children will now step into the holy path of the system. While innate differences exist, I ask all children and parents present not to be judgmental. Innate qualities are important, but what matters is how we live and how we advance. The headmaster of our school was someone with low talent, and yet he has managed to become someone of a high stature. I hope that following him as an example can soothe your heart if you're someone without an excellent aptitude. Her speech was short and concise, and her voice sounded neutral. For a Sylvan to show signs of maturity, like the black-haired woman, had meant that they had lived for a very long time. Cinderelle thought with a laugh. She has probably done this so often that she goes completely by instinct now. The speech continued for a while, promulgating the customs and also praising the world tree in the middle of the city for such valuable fruits. After a while, the ceremony truly started. Akasok Riverdor stepped forward. With the call of the black-haired Sylvan, a human man stepped forward. He was like everyone participating today, 18 years old. With a lean body and a nervous appearance, the boy-just-turned man walked forward stiffly. A rough voice was heard from the back. You stupid son, what are you so embarrassed about? Stick your chest out. Although rough, one could tell it carried unmistakable good intentions. Of course, this provoked a few laughs, which made the fair-skinned man blush. The black-haired woman didn't stop it. It wasn't unusual for the family to give a few words of encouragement. Moreover, while this ritual was formal, it was a ritual made to step into adulthood, not some religious and sacred ritual where no interruptions were allowed. As long as people didn't go overboard, it was fine. Akasok arrived in front of the black-haired Sylvan and bent forward while extending his arms and cupping his hands in a gesture to receive. I, Akasok, declare that today I have become an adult. The woman nodded flatly. Good, Akasok, take the fruit and eat it. Akasok took it and straightened his back, saying one more sentence before doing so. I thank our protector, the world tree of Fate City, for this gift. The middle-aged woman nodded, and Akasok took the fruit. It was half the size of a palm, making it easier to eat it in one bite. After eating, he masticated the sweet fruit and eventually swallowed it. You've eaten Fortuna fruit. Your destiny is increased by 50 for 1 year, and you gain 10 experience points. You can only eat one Fortuna fruit in your life. After that, he poured his 10 experience points into his level. Level up. Ether +1, Physique +2, Anima +1, Willpower +3, Destiny +2. A small rush of energy was released from his body, and then it finished. Akasak blinked and looked at the black-haired woman. The woman asked, "How many stats did you gain?" Remember, if you lie and you are later discovered, you'll be punished with life imprisonment. Akasak obediently told her, and the black-haired woman nodded flatly and assessed him. Ether, F rank. Physique, F rank. Anima, F rank. Willpower, F+ rank. Destiny, F rank. Overall score, F rank. Next, Avarilla Furfest. Akasak blinked a few times, dazed, but he didn't dare stay there, so he quickly returned to his parents' side. His father slapped his back, forcing him to stumble a few steps. "Didn't you hear Lady Island Neoflora say? Stats are not everything." Akasak looked at him and nodded. "Sorry, Dad." The rugged, middle-aged man smirked. "Let's go home, son. We need to see which schools will accept a loser F rank like you." Ha ha ha. Akasak almost tripped as he left. Cindriel looked at that situation from a distance with a thoughtful look. Her mother grabbed her hand. "Don't worry, Cinder. We also won't mind what rank you are." Cindriel smiled and squeezed her hand back. After a while, she was finally called. "Next, Cindriel Emberites." Cindriel walked out, and when she stepped outward, nobody noticed, but Isla's eyes flashed with surprise. However, she was quick to hide it, acting as indifferent as she did with the rest. Cindriel bent forward, extending her arms, and said with a firm voice, "I, Cindriel, declare that today I have become an adult." Isla nodded. "Good, Cindriel, take the fruit and eat it." Cindriel took it and straightened her back, curiously observing the white fruit. However, she didn't take any more time to observe than the one she used to retrieve her arms. Then, she said solemnly, "I thank our protector, the World Tree of Fate City, for this gift." Then, she ate it and used the 10 experience points to level up. The person with the best score until now was someone with an overall E rank. Moreover, they barely reached it, so the effects of the level-ups weren't that noticeable. However, Cindriel was different. The air around her began swirling as strands of flames appeared around her. Pure energy rushed at her and was absorbed in her body, and then she leveled up. Level up. Ether +6, Physique +3, Anima +4, Willpower +5, Destiny +12. Title unlocked. Error. Title conditions have not been met yet, moving it to hidden titles. The innate affinities unlocked. Hidden attribute. Ether Flame Affinity enhanced. 2 new talents acquired. 1 new passive skill acquired. Isla's eyes flashed as she looked at her system. With the difference in levels between them, inspecting Cindriel shouldn't be a problem. However, unlike what she expected, she just saw the essential information. Name, Cindriel. Level, 10/140. Ether Mana Shards, 96 of 96. Forward Body Shards, 46 of 46. Anima Energy Shards, 58 of 58. I can't see through. Isla Neoflora's facade was almost broken as she barely held herself for showing surprise. With my level, I'm still unable to see further. Interesting. The black-haired woman closely observed Cindriel. However, for those basic stats, Isla had seen plenty of people, so she knew that the child before her was at least E rank, approaching the E+ rank, which was extremely rare. Seeing 1 or 2 at this rank in a remote place just after being initiated was rare to the extremes. Plus, if her ether mana is that high at level 1, she might have D rank ether. Isla saw Cindriel finished stabilizing her situation, so she spoke in a stoic tone. "Cindriel, would you like to join our school?" Cindriel, who was preparing to turn and leave, blinked her orange eyes a few times and made a stupid sound. Eh. Enhance wow. I'm really here. Cinderelle stood before a pair of massive wooden white gates with her mouth agape. She still could remember the invitation and how stupidly she reacted, making her face blush. Why did I answer stupidly like that? I could see her lips arching up in amusement. That stoic woman laughing is like a hereditary humiliation. Cinderelle internally shed tears, but she quickly recovered. Whatever. Now, I'm part of the Fortuna First School, so I must put in effort to become someone powerful in the future. Cinderelle's mind flashed back to the past, and her eyes became void of any of her usual playfulness. I must be strong enough to roam the world and find the owner of that leaf. With that in mind, she confidently stepped forward and approached the gates. A man with an indifferent expression welcomed Cinderelle. Welcome to the Fortuna First School. Please show your identification slab. Cinderelle reached into her bag, which was made out of perfectly sewn blue leaves, and picked a white and black wooden plaque. The texture was a bit different from usual wood, as it was smooth and soft. The size was about a palm's width, with her information written on it, together with a small nail-sized orb. This orb had Cinderelle's ether mana, which could be used to verify the identity with almost no possibility of being able to fake it. Security measures were significantly developed because of the almost endless variety of skills that existed. There were people with transformation skills, impersonating skills, etc. There was a saying that said, "There are no two identical system pages." This saying was often used to warn young people about each individual's uniqueness, while raising awareness of the dangers some skills could pose. After going through the identification procedures, the guard allowed Cinderelle in. Okay, let's do this. Whoa. Cinderelle's eyes opened wide as the massive structure entered her eyes. As Fortuna City's most renowned school, it was naturally built very close to the World Tree. Its size was about 15 meters tall, with 5 floors of pure wood crafting marvel. Just after crossing the tall frontal gates, the humbling sight of the beautiful school was enough to instill reverence in the students. And yet, that was not the most impressive sight. Behind the large building, a colossal world tree towered far up to the sky, making even the school building look insignificant. The figure of the giant tree, resembling a woman's body and holding a sky-shrouding canopy, was nothing but startlingly awe-inspiring. Usually, between beings, trying to look at another system's stats was considered a bit rude. After all, it was a small invasion of privacy. There were devices to prevent analyzing. However, that was not the case with world trees. Using analytical abilities in world trees was, more often than not, a waste of time. As long as they had matured even slightly, all world trees had natural anti-inspecting defenses. So, out of curiosity, Cinderelle tried opening the system page of Fortuna City's world tree. In her mind, she remembered that this world tree was a seedling world tree of fortune, the one that gave her that destiny boost when she was little. That day burned in Cinderelle's mind. After all, her strong emotions from that day were still vividly remembered. While Cinderelle expected to see nothing, something appeared in her retina. Race, seedling world tree of fortune. Level, 26. Ether mana shards. / Foer body shards. / Anima energy shards. / Cinderelle blinked a few times, incredulous. I can see her level and race. There are also a certain number of question marks for each essence. Cinderelle counted them, and her lips twitched. She has 6 digits. Looking at her own pitiful 2-digit essences, her mind ached. Lady World Tree is 4 orders of magnitude higher than me. In a world where even a 5% difference in stats could make a difference in a life-and-death situation, this kind of difference in strength was like looking up to a godlike being. Cinderelle wanted to look at the sky, but after lifting her head, the tree's giant canopy prevented her from doing so, making her eyelid twitch. More than 100,000 in each of the ternary essences? That's stupid. When will I be able to reach those heights? With a sigh of awe, she walked forward and finally entered the school. She finally arrived at her class after walking through an orderly set of hallways. The classroom was composed of a stand where the teacher would give the class and a semicircle of wooden tables. The class was half filled when she arrived, with some people having already become a group. Cinderelle observed her surroundings, but between all of the people here, her eyes couldn't help but lock on a green-haired woman in the corner. The aura around her was soft and gentle, remarkably resembling nature. Her face had a mature beauty that a 16-year-old usually didn't have, and when Cinderelle's eyes moved downward, her lips twitched. Big. She looked at herself, and while she wasn't small, she didn't have a prominent bosom. She stopped comparing and pondered. From her aura, is she a Sylvan with nature affinity? While all Sylvans have some nature-related affinity as descendants of world trees and other powerful flora, having purely nature affinity was not common. Meanwhile, the woman felt someone's gaze and lifted her eyes, meeting a pair of curious and large orange-colored eyes. She couldn't help but pause. When their sights collided, they both felt strange for a few seconds. "Hello, are you Cinderelle?" However, someone approached and broke their trance. Cinderelle blinked and looked sideways at a tall, handsome, and muscular youth. As a Sylvan who didn't see male humans as potential mates, Cinderelle felt nothing other than what an average human would for looking at a pretty flower. Therefore, Cinderelle smirked and nodded without showing a flustered expression. "Yes. Who might you be?" The man paused, looking at Cinderelle strangely for a fraction of a second. However, he didn't show much, as he smiled brightly and showed a charming smile. "I'm Theodore, one of the top-ranked humans in this year's admission test." Cinderelle nodded. "I see. How did you do?" Theodore smiled. "I've qualified as a D rank." Cinderelle smiled. "That's not bad at all." When Theodore saw the lack of surprise in Cinderelle's eyes, he couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed. Why is she not reacting? All the other girls I've spoken to have shown interest. Cinderelle tilted her head, confused. "Is there anything wrong?" Theodore grinned, this time a bit stiffly. "No, nothing wrong. So, where are you sitting? Since he has come to speak to me and seems quite nice and forward, I should make friends with him." Looking behind him stealthily, she muttered to herself. "He seems to know quite a few people." Theodore was about to answer when he heard a small voice, and he asked, "Did you say something?" Cinderelle smiled. "Not at all." Then, she dragged her voice. "So?" Theodore laughed. "Right, I sit there. I actually have a free spot by my side. Do you want to sit with me there?" Cinderelle nodded. "Sure." Then she said frankly with a grin, "I don't know anybody, so please present a few people to me." Theodore patted his chest and grinned back. "Leave that to me." After walking toward the seat beside Theodore, Cinderelle felt a few prickly gazes directed at her back, making her frown and turn around. What are those human girls looking at? One of them sneered with clear resentment. "Is the plant girl so eager to taste human? I hope you are not a carnivorous variant." Cinderelle's puzzled face cracked. She had never been a person with a good temper, so she went right back at her. With a mocking smile, she laughed. "Hey, do you know how your great-grandchildren will look if you have any? Probably not, right? You will probably rot away because of age by then. Don't worry, though. I'll make sure to take a photo of when they marry and leave it in your tomb. If you apologize right now, I might even bother using a bit of my time to bury them by your side when they, too, die of old age." That girl's face turned red with anger, and she slammed the desk as she stood up. "What did you say, bitch?" Cinderelle laughed. "Not only do you expire quickly, but you also came defectuous and with hearing problems. Girl, you didn't have quite good luck, did you?" The girl was about to rush forward, but the entire room was suddenly enveloped in powerful pressure, which made everyone's face change to one of horror. The pressure was powerful enough to make most people's legs bend a notch. Silence. This school is not a street inn where you can fight at will. Every person in the room looked toward the entrance and saw an elegant woman wearing black hair slowly walking in, wearing high heels and a black dress. The natural white accents in her hair and stoic and indifferent face made it clear who she was. All of them stood up hastily and welcomed her. "Welcome, Teacher Isla." With a neutral voice, she ordered, "Sit down." If you haven't chosen any seats yet, choose one randomly and sit down. They all moved, and Cinderiel finally reached her seat by Theodore's side. Once everyone sat down, Isla began speaking at a clear cadence. Let's start by explaining the most important question, or at least try to shed some light on it. The system, Isla ordered. Everyone, open your system pages. Cinderiel did so and gave it a read. Name, Cinderiel. Titles, Ether Flame Bearer, a Sylvan born with the ability to manipulate fire, an exceedingly rare case. Nature's friend, as a Sylvan, you have an innate affinity with plant beings. However, this title will disappear the moment you harm non-hostile plants with malicious intentions. Hidden titles, Race, Pyroether Emberites. Energy method, Ember Source Devouring. You can either consume a material rich in fire ether mana properties or absorb the ether mana in an environment full of fire ether. Gain 1 experience point per 1 unit of fire ether mana. Max experience points gained per day is equal to level. Level 10/140. Ether mana shards 9696 plus 0.7/hour. Four body shards 4646 plus 0.34/hour. Anima energy shards 5858 plus 0.42/hour. Attributes, Ether 8, 6 plus 2, Physique 4, 3 plus 1, Anima 5, 4 plus 1, Willpower 5, 5, Destiny 12, 12. Affinity percentage, Ether Resonance 20, Physique Refinement 15, Anima Affinity 15. Resistance percentage, Ether Resistance 19, Physique Resistance 13, Spiritual Resistance 14, Mental Resistance 14. Talents, Ether Flame Manipulation, E rank level 10/9300. As a Sylvan born with the ability to control fire, you can innately manipulate fire ether mana. You can use ether mana to summon flames around you at will. You need to use anima energy and ether mana to control the flames. Passive skills, Heart of Fire, Dormant, D rank level 10/49400. You have been born with an incredible affinity toward fire-type ether mana. Moreover, your flames will only burn what you desire. You can avoid hurting anything with them at will. However, what you're using now is nothing but a shadow of how bright you can burn. Fire-type ether mana affinity plus 50%. Love of the Forest, D rank level 10/49400. You have a higher chance of giving a first good impression to all plant life. Accumulated experience, 0. Once Cinderiel checked her system page, she nodded and looked up, eager to listen to the explanations. Isla Neoflora waited for a few moments and then spoke aloud. Now that all of you have the system page open in front of you, let's start with the class. Today, we'll learn what each of the things is and how we can increase them. And if we have time, we'll also speak about energy cycles. Isla paused and then spoke. Let's start from the top. Name and titles. The name is self-explanatory. However, it's not as simple as it looks. The name that appears on your system page will be the name you feel you are the most related to. System pages are personal and not for others to see. That's why there are no surnames unless you consider your name and surname as entirely yours. Seeing the confusion on some students' faces, Isla further explained. For example, if in the future you become paired and after you have descendants, you feel your surname as being an important part of what defines yourself, your name might change from just Isla to Isla Neoflora. One student asked, "What about the teacher? Which of the two appears on your page?" Cinderiel looked over with a speechless expression. "Do you really think she will answer?" As she expected, Isla looked over and stated, "I will not answer questions about my own system page." Then, she looked around and asked, "Are there any more doubts about the name?" After checking and seeing none left with doubts, Isla nodded and continued in her usual natural tone. "If you have anything else to ask, remember to come in the recess." Being forward to asking about your doubts about the class subjects to the teachers is one of the hints to success. Next, titles. Isla continued. Titles come in many shapes and forms. We'll learn their denomination later. Today, I'll give a general introduction. Titles are gained passively and actively. Isla paused and added, a passively gained title is something like the one some of you have. The teacher looked around, and Cinderelle saw her eyes landing on her. Student Cinderelle, can you present a title of yours that you think is a passively acquired title? Cinderelle looked at Ether Flame Bearer and Nature's Friend and nodded. Teacher, I think both my titles are passively acquired. One of them is called Nature's Friend. Isla nodded. Correct. Nature's Friend is a title almost all Sylvans are born with. Of course, if any Sylvan present doesn't have it, it only means that you did something to nature in the past that revoked Nature's Friend title. A Sylvan not being born with that title is rare, after all. Walking toward a wooden board at the back of the class, Isla used an erasable sap pen to write on the board. She wrote, passively acquired titles are given by your nature or are hereditary. As an example, monsters in the wild sometimes have chief titles, and these are passed down when the chief steps down or dies and an heir is alive. Monsters with such titles are usually stronger and harder to deal with. Thompson asked, what happens if the chief dies before an heir is chosen? Isla nodded. Good question. It entirely depends on the strength of the title. If it were a title for an F or E rank monster, the title would just vanish. After all, to get a chief title for those weaker monsters, they only get to unlock their first energy cycle. Cinderelle blinked. Energy cycle? What's that? Isla knew that someone would ask, so she explained it a step ahead. Energy cycles is a subject for a bit later. One must understand many nuances, so explaining it now in a hurry makes no sense. Moreover, you can only come in contact with it for the first time in the jump between level 9 and level 10, so don't be hasty. Let's continue with the system page. Cinderelle nodded to herself and continued listening. Now, active titles are ones you gain through actions. For example, Swordmaster. These titles are given when your comprehension reaches a certain point. More often than not, they are just titles without any effects, but if one takes a certain art to the extreme, bonuses for those kinds of actions might arrive through the title. Isla added as a side note, titles that give any kind of stats are precious because they don't use either ether mana, foer, or anima energy. So, people who have powerful titles are usually stronger than others. It's naturally not always the case, but people selling their skills by using them is often seen in the market. The students in the class looked at their titles and got thoughtful. Cinderelle's eyes were specially locked on Ether Flame Bearer. I can probably use this in the future. Isla commented, let's move on. She paused, remembering something. Well, sometimes there are people with an extra line in their systems called hidden titles with a number at the side. These hidden titles are innate ones that the system suppresses for one reason or another. To activate them, you need to either become stronger or do the action that would unlock them. Cinderelle asked, raising her arm. Teacher, how do we know which actions are needed to unlock them? Isla looked at her and said bluntly, we don't. Cinderelle blinked a few times. Isla smirked a bit. There is no way to know. Either you do it by luck or you don't. Of course, they are probably related to yourself, so exploring oneself is sometimes useful. However, cases of people going their entire lives without unlocking their hidden titles are much more common than people unlocking them. Isla looked around and spoke clearly. As a piece of advice for those who have hidden titles, ignore them. If they get unlocked, it's perfect. If not, nothing changes. Work on yourself, not some hidden and obscure knowledge or power. Then, she turned around and was about to walk toward the wooden board perched on the wall to write when everybody saw that she paused. When she turned toward them again, her face was cold. This is the first and last warning. If someone dares try to analyze me with their system again, I'll kill them. Cinderelle followed Isla's gaze, and at the end, a terrified man was looking down while trembling and sweating badly. Whoa, have you really tried analyzing a teacher who is so many levels higher than you? Your guts are like roots reaching to the sky. The other people were also looking at that man with stunned expressions. Isla turned around again, continued the class, and continued writing the system pages following line. Now let's move on. The race is quite straightforward, perhaps the most straightforward of everything. It tells you the name of your race, and that's all. If you are human, it should say your human variant, for example, copper-skinned human. If you are a beast man, it should say your current race and gender, for example, river otter beast man or river otter beast woman. If you're a Sylvan, it should tell you the name of your Sylvan race, for example, silver rosed. Everybody expected a bit more, but Isla continued and began writing the following line. Cinderella's eyebrow twitched. That's all? Even the name had a much lengthier explanation. After race, there's one of the most important things in the entire system page. Some of you might have a blank. Others might have something written on it. The name of the next line is Energy Method. Isla wrote it on the wooden board with beautiful strokes and spoke. This is the thing that will allow you to gain experience points without needing to battle or kill other beings. It's essential for growth, and usually a power's prestige is based on how good their energy method is. Isla added, the ways of gaining experience are varied. Eating treasures, completing quests, killing creatures around your level, practicing the energy method, creating items, and others. One person asked, what happens if we kill creatures much weaker? Isla commented, you can lose experience. If you just leveled up, it is also possible to drop levels. So it's not worth it. Cinderella was surprised, and another person asked the question she was about to ask. You can drop down levels? Isla nodded. Naturally, some people lose levels as they age, and some lose levels after they are crippled. Levels, while they are a way to push our strength, they're also a quantifier of our general strength. Naturally, because of tiers, levels are not all. A high-tiered creature can have strong enough base stats to fight much higher-level beings. Isla finally added before returning to the system explanation. Also, stats don't give us strength. Our strength is shown in the stats. Remember that. Everyone nodded and continued listening. Let's explain the energy method a bit deeper. For those of you who have one innately, you should have realized that they have condition. Every person can train differently, so you must be attentive to it. Our school provides support for disciples, so if you need a type of material, energy, or something similar, please inform me later. I'll make a list so that the school can prepare them. Isla added, moreover, energy methods are acquirable skills. You're not limited to just one. However, there's a cumulative experience cap. For instance, if you possess 3 different energy methods, and the first 2 yield 4 experience points per day, while the third garners 10, you'll only be able to accrue a total of 4 points from the first 2 methods, and the remaining 6 from the third. In short, you will gain 10 experience points per day. By Cinderella's side, Thompson asked, then aren't the 4 experience points methods useless? Isla asked back, what if the conditions for gaining points from the 10 experience point method are too complicated? Thompson and the other students realized what Isla was hinting at. What are experience points? Cinderella's ears perked up when she heard the gentle, nature-like voice. Looking over, she spotted the green-haired Sylvan that had previously caught her attention, raising her hand. Isla looked over and smiled. Good question, Verdantia. Experience points are a type of energy that's dedicated entirely to the system. We can't interact with them without the system's help. At the same time, that type of energy can't be used without the system. We'll delve deeply into our theories behind it later in the Fundamental Energies class. Now, students, we'll leave what level is and everything below that for the following class. Right after she said that the rustling of leaves sounded like a ring, signaling the end of the class, Isla picked up her materials and sat down, opening a book made of leaves to write down what materials each needed for the energy method. It took around 12 minutes to list everything down. In the meantime, Cinderella looked at Verdantia and spoke. Hey, Verdantia looked over and nodded softly. Hello, do you need anything? Cinderella and Verdantia were both tall women, reaching around 180 centimeters in height. Moreover, as 18-year-olds, they were still growing. The average Sylvan was around 160–165 centimeters tall, similar to the average human woman's height. Looking eye to eye with another woman was rare for them, so they couldn't help but feel comfortable. Cinderella smiled. Want to go eat something together later? Verdantia smiled as well, but suddenly she remembered something and put on an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Miss Cinderelle. I need to go home and prepare food for a few little ones at home. Cinderelle blinked. You have pets? Verdantia smiled widely. Yes, I have a white thorn rose spider and a blue petal Danae miscipula. Cinderelle's lips twitched. I see. Have fun, I guess. Verdantia nodded and was about to speak when Isla called her over. Miss Verdantia, hearing her name being mentioned, Verdantia bowed and left. See you later, Miss Cinderelle. Cinderelle nodded dazedly and looked down at her chest with a bitter expression. Verdantia's, they really bounce. Curious, she went up to her toes and fell back a bit forcefully. Oh, mine do so too. Then, she looked up with a smug smile, feeling happy again. You? How did you become so strong so suddenly? The Thornstride leader, who had arrived after feeling the large energy fluctuation, looked at Floor with terror in his eyes. Floor looked over, her aura entirely different from what it was just a few moments ago. Floor, retreat with your people. However, know that from now on, it is war. Floor didn't want to fight by Lu Shu's side unless she was forced to. If anything happened to the World Tree Sapling, she would be saddened enough to take her own life to atone for her mistakes. As such, Floor decided to give up the chance to kill Flora right after her power boost, with the sole intention of protecting Lu Shu. Naturally, Floor knew that after reaching level 3, Lu Shu was not a weakling. Her stats were half between an F+ tier level 10 and a level 9. So, on a 1 against 1, Lu Shu was in an awkward spot where no level 9s could probably hope to defeat her, but a level 10 was still able to defeat her relatively easily. Moreover, Floor and the Thornstride had already realized Lu Shu's specialness. If they fought, Floor was sure that Floor and the rest would attempt to fight close to Lu Shu, so that the Rose Fairies would need to be careful while they could be more reckless. In such a situation, Floor wasn't sure she could protect Lu Shu with 100% confidence. Floor, today, I'll let you go. However, if you keep bothering us, I'll make sure you pay dearly. Leave. With her shout, Floor released a terrifying gale that pushed some lower-level Thornstride back. Floor's eyes moved toward Lu Shu, but the second he did so, Floor rushed forward and used a big chunk of wind ether mana. Whoosh! A powerful wind blew up, smashing against Floor and pushing him back several steps. Even with his powerful body, he could do nothing to resist the sudden attack. Floor snarled, "This is the last chance, Floor. If you decide to fight here and something happens, my life's objective will be exterminating your race from the face of this planet." The Thornstride leader looked at Floor while baring his fangs, feeling highly frustrated. However, he knew his limits. That surprise attack had sliced around 200 forward shards from his reserves. And while it sounded little compared to his 8,000 body shards, with his natural regeneration, that would take around 7 hours to heal. After a few tense moments of looking at each other, he finally roared, "Return!" All the Thornstride that were standing around rushed away, disappearing into the dense forest. Clavel arrived by Floor's side with a grim expression. "Leader, do we follow them?" Floor looked at their retreating back for a few seconds and shook her head. "No need. There are some bugs that want to take advantage of the situation." She lifted her hand and pointed sideways, her red eyes turned over, and said coldly, "Disappear." Several wind crescents rushed over rapidly and managed only to slice a few branches while bisecting a pair of giant ants standing there. Clavel's eyebrows came together as she grumbled. "Even the ants are here." Floor looked around and sighed, extending her arms to release her Rose Fairy Queen's embrace. A gentle aura enveloped the area, healing plants at the cost of ether mana shards and a bit of forward body shards. Then, Floor returned to the now 4-meter-tall tree's side and caressed her trunk with gentle and compassionate eyes. "Kinley and Lu Shu, how are you?" Our Lu Shu, who had been observing everything, couldn't help but focus her world tree eye on Floor. "How did she call me? She learned my name?" "How?" "System, please tell me. The system decided to pamper the curious world tree. System hint. Floor has recognized you as a world tree. Being the first being to notice consciously, she has received many benefits. Oh, Lu Shu exclaimed. I'm so happy. They finally learned my name. The Rose Fairies were confused when their leader named the tree. After all, Lu Shu had shown evident rejection time and time again toward being named in the past. Clavel commented, Leader, didn't we agree not to? Clavel paused and looked incredulously at Lu Shu. Why is she so happy? The fairies looked speechlessly at the tree, which was quite clearly dancing in joy. The movement was not overly noticeable, but her aura and thin, dropping, long branches, unique to willow trees, were clearly moving when there was no wind. Clavel pouted. Why did she like your name and not mine? Floor chuckled. That's her name, not one I came up with on a whim. Clavel blinked, looking at her leader confusedly. What do you mean, leader? Floor shrugged. I mean it literally. This little one's name is Tiantian Lu Shu. Clavel blinked 2 times. How did you know? Floor smiled. The system told me. Clavel felt speechless for a while and then pouted. Leader, can you stop speaking in riddles and tell us what happened? Floor laughed aloud, but she didn't answer. In her head, she was considering that letting these little ones know that Lu Shu was a world tree would be more harmful than good. Amapola flew over to their side and asked Floor, Leader, now that you are level 12, why don't we go attack them? We have enough strength if you lead us to take down an entire race. Floor commented in the passing. Not only have I leveled up 2 times, but my tier has also crossed over from F+ to E-. My strength is probably enough to fight 3 or 4 of my previous selves. Oh, all the fairies exclaimed. Floor coughed and returned toward the problem at hand. No need to hunt anyone down yet. We have to at least help Lu Shu become level 5. If we can make her reach that level, we'll be able to begin our counterattack. Until then, we are on the defensive. Amapola titled her head. Level 5. Floor nodded. With her growth pace, she should be able to fight a level 10 and hold her own at level 5. Amapola and other fairies blurted instinctively. Ridiculous. Hearing her, the 45-centimeter woman smirked. Yeah? Look at her stats. You have yet to see them after she leveled up, right? The Rose Fairies looked over and saw this. Level 3. Ether Mana Shards. 1013 of 1013. Four Body Shards. 1499/1499. Anima Energy Shards. 1044/1044. Amapola, a level 9 with similar numbers, felt her heart constricting in pain. Understand that as a tree, they need more resistance. Therefore, I never bothered about a tree's ether mana or anima energy. However, what are these numbers? Amapola seriously pondered and tried to recall. What were my numbers then? All right, level 3. Ether Mana Shards. 138 of 138. Four Body Shards. 65 out of 65. Anima Energy Shards. 66 of 66. When those numbers resurfaced in her mind, Amapola looked at the sky, almost shedding a tear. So unjust. Floor saw similar looks on many fairies and almost burst into laughter. I mean, if, as a world tree, her attributes were lacking, it would not make sense. With that sorted out, Floor began planning their defensive routines. Because Rose Fairies usually lived in one tree and protected it, they were accustomed to planning defensive battles. Meanwhile, Lu Shu focused on her new skill called Woodcrafter. Woodcrafter, rank level 10/3900. The world tree can create tools and similar items with basic effects. It costs ether mana and anima energy if there are materials. If the world tree wants to use itself as material, it will also cost four. Tools. System hint. Humanoid creatures and even trees and other non-human beings can all utilize items, treasures, or other types of crafts to increase their strength. After that, the system spoke again. System hint. Here is the blueprint for one item. Please check it. It's the reward for upgrading woodcrafting from level F to level E. Lu Shu was filled with confusion. Upgrade? But I never used it. System hint. As a tree, you have innate control over wood, which helps you learn this profession rather quickly. You've gained a bonus because you skipped the basic rank and reached the low rank. Our cute little tree finally understood. I see. Basic low. System hint. Ranks can be called F rank, E rank, etc. However, there's a more general way to call them. Basic F dash, F plus, dash low, E dash, E plus, dash medium, D dash, D plus, dash advanced, C plus, dash profound, BB plus. Lu Shu read it and ignored it. So complicated. I'll call them by the letter. It's much easier. Then, Lu Shu refocused on the skill again. I need materials, but it says that I can also use myself as a material. Should I try once? Tiantian Lu Shu first took control over her ether mana and anima energy. Then, she slowly poured them toward a branch and began thinking, only to realize. What shapes are tools? Tree shape? Flower shape? Lu Shu couldn't help but stop to ponder. Perhaps they are human-shaped because humans use them. Standing by her side, the fairies were confused when the energy gathering toward one of Lu Shu's branches dissipated like nothing. Clavel asked, "What was she about to do?" Aster shrugged. "Let her be. It's not like she will suddenly attack us." Agreeing with her friend, she asked, "Shall we go? It's our turn to guard." Aster nodded and sighed. Such a non-fun job. Clavel rolled her eyes as she flew away with Aster. On another place, near Lu Shu, Floor was sitting in front of a rock that had a somewhat inaccurate, but at least usable map. We live in quite a good spot. I guess we are lucky. While this place is an open forest, once Lu Shu grows, she will need space to spread her roots. Her eyes moved outside the golden sap forest, where they lived, and she looked deeply at the small city she remembered about and marked on the crude map. Cyril City, Fortuna City, Marefall City. Of all of them, Fortuna City worried Floor the most. That place also has a world tree, and she is decently matured. Compared to our little sapling. Floor looked at the 4-meter-tall tree and shook her head. Fighting Lady World Tree. If we need to fight her, will probably be impossible, at least in the short term. Floor's eyes landed on one of the berries growing on Lu Shu's branches. However, not all hope is lost. Those berries are strong, especially the one that gives experience points. Using them will allow many fairies to cross boundaries they never thought of before. But even if everyone became level 10, I still feel that we wouldn't be able to take down a power yet. With that, and many other complicated thoughts now that Lu Shu was at level 3, and her ether mana had crossed the 1,000 shards limit, she moved her eyes toward one of the skills she had not used until now, Enchanted Growth. Enchanted Growth was an E+ rank skill. Even Woodcrafter, the skill she just got, was E rank, 2 small boundaries below. However, now that Lu Shu could use E rank skills, she thought that she would be able to at least make a proper attempt. Before doing anything, Lu Shu gave the skill description another read. Enchanted Growth, E+ rank level 1, stimulates the rapid growth of nearby flora, creating vibrant and mesmerizing plant life. Use consumes ether mana and anima energy. Lu Shu expanded her vision with World Tree Eye, and after looking around, she focused on a flower around 30 meters away from her. With her new growth, her roots could now spread much further, aiding her vision and ability to interact with her surroundings. She was still petite, just 4 meters tall, but our tree was slowly growing. This little flower, can I feed you some energy? Lu Shu approached with one of her thinner roots and reached out toward the flower's own roots. However, she didn't feel a response other than a feeling of happiness when she touched it. Happy because of my touch. Lu Shu was confused and looked at it with curiosity. As a world tree in the apex of all flora, her mere presence was enough for other plant creatures to feel reverence toward her. Well, since you're happy, let's try using Enchanted Growth on you. She was still a bit fearful, as the previous time she tried to use it, Lu Shu felt as if her insides were about to be sucked out. So, she carefully activated it and sent a small stream of energy toward it. After Floor and the other Rose Fairies explained to her the concept of energy control, she had been practicing a lot, increasing her efficiency at a high pace. It was still not as noticeable, but there were times when Lu Shu felt that she could do much more with the same energy she used in the past. Between them, the one she used the most was naturally her constant growth of flowers, a process that has become almost subconscious by now. Anyway, returning to the enchanted growth skill. After being careful and gathering ether and anima energy, her energy moved through her roots, reaching out and finally spreading into the flower. Lu Shu checked her ether mana and anima energy and saw them reducing at around 50 per second. When her energy reserves reached 3/4, she stopped and observed. A few Rose Fairies that were roaming around also stopped, having felt the flow of energy toward the flower. What is Lu Shu doing now? The other shrugged. Who knows? While I adore them, I'll never understand how a tree thinks. The other fairy smiled wryly. Well, I can't really disagree. They observed the flower for a few moments, and seeing nothing, they decided to leave and continue their chores. Lu Shu, on the other side, was not that impatient. If there was one thing that trees got over all races, it was patience. That was both a good and a bad quality. Like that, 1 hour passed, and then 3, and finally 7. Lu Shu had been observing the petite flower all this time, and time didn't feel as if it was passing. It was a strange phenomenon in which her consciousness was present but also absent. Finally, after these 7 hours, Lu Shu felt a reaction to it. It's growing. Well, it couldn't do much more as a skill called enchanted growth. However, would there be something other than growing? A tap on her trunk took Lu Shu out of that strange trance, and she redirected her gaze toward the person who did so. Oh, it's little friend Clavel. Hello, little Lu Shu. How have you been doing? I've heard that you were completely dozed out, and the guards asked me to check on you. Are you okay? Lu Shu naturally couldn't answer verbally, but gently swayed her branches. The movement was almost indiscernible to the naked eye, but it was enough for Clavel to feel satisfied. Then, the flower suddenly reacted. Clavel and the other Rose Fairies flying around stopped to look at it. First, they saw the stalk thicken as the body grew, and the petals became larger and more complex, gaining an exotic appearance. Lu Shu focused on it, and a message appeared in her mind. Blue Wave Freesia, enhanced. Confused, she thought. No level. System hint. Only creatures with enough intellect will develop a system. Other creatures that have not reached the bare minimum of intellect threshold will be considered material, treasures, or something similar. Our young world, Tree exclaimed. Oh, thanks, system. You are so kind. Meanwhile, Clavel flew toward the flower's side with a strange glint in her eyes. Did Lu Shu do this? Clavel looked at the now much larger flower with interest. However, it didn't last long. Lu Shu, who had been thinking, saw the large freesia flower start to wilt, and in nothing but a few seconds, it fell dead. The Rose Fairies blinked a few times while looking between Lu Shu and that flower. One of them asked, was she jealous because we focused on that flower more than on her? A friend of hers said in a strange voice, does a tree even know what jealousy is? Clavel descended and tried reviving it with her ether, but she soon gave up. The best Clavel could do was replant the overgrown flower elsewhere, just in case the earth where it was growing was contaminated by something. Lu Shu saw Clavel carrying away her test subject, cough, her first attempt at using enchanted growth, and fell into deep thought. So, using in a single thing will make that thing grow, and then, bam, they don't move ever again. Lu Shu understood the concept of death to some extent, so she knew that killing others equals bad. Usually. Not always, but Lu Shu wanted to. What should I do? Should I try to release it outward like an aura and let the friend around me consume it? First, Lu Shu looked at her energy levels. Ether mana shards, 307/1013, plus 36, 5/hour. Foer body shards, 1499/1499, plus 54/hour. Anima energy shards, 351/1044 plus 37 6/hour. Lu Shu had previously produced a large batch of 200 foer fruits and fed them extra energy to reduce their germinating time. Hence, she lacked around 400 because of the power fruits and around 300 for the things she did to that flower. Let's rest and allow my energy to climb back up. I remember Floor once told me never to go too low on energy, just in case dash. Charm of the Seedling has attracted a River Beaver level 9. Proficiency increased by 9. Lu Shu's eyes went toward the place where this signal came from, and she was quick to spot quite a large beaver walking her way. Checking her surroundings with a 360 degrees perfect vision made it relatively easy for her to reach the conclusion that the Rose Fairies had left her to her own devices. All of the Rose Fairies had flown upward and hid in the branches of nearby trees. Lu Shu looked at the system page. Ether Mana Shards, 193 of 193. Foer Body Shards, 1139/1139. Anima Energy Shards, 396 of 396. The tree became intrigued. All creatures have slightly different numbers. Interesting. The rest of the abilities were similar to the one shown before, so Lu Shu glanced at them briefly before refocusing on the level 9 creature. The river beaver arrived at this place because he felt a really good and robust scent coming from it. It was not intelligent enough to form its own rationalized mind. However, the beaver knew that if she got the tree he had briefly felt, he might be able to break through in a level 10, becoming the first river beaver to do so in decades. Naturally, it was quite quick to spot that 4-meter-tall tree. The reason for that is not because his senses are better than Froer's, but because Lu Shu had become stronger, which made quite a few more creatures feel greedy toward herself. Lu Shu saw how it rushed at her, and her aura became cold. The drooping branches danced dangerously, advising the other side that coming over was a mistake. Her swimming thoughts concentrated on the battle ahead, and by the time the river beaver entered her strike range, she did so. Willow Strike. Like a metal whip, it bent and lashed out toward its head at ridiculous speed. Bang! The river beaver got smashed into the ground. Its head smashed against the ground as the skull cracked. 412. An enormous number Lu Shu had never seen popped in her mind. The river beaver quickly tried to scramble away, but escaping a world tree was not easy. By the time Lu Shu attacked, she had allowed the prey to be close enough for a barrage of attacks. Willow Strike. Bang! Crack! Lu Shu heard something being broken and over with curiosity. Did I break his skin so loudly it crunched? Congratulations on defeating River Beaver level 9. You've gained 8 experience points. Lu Shu returned to her calm after Clavel appeared. The swaying wind blowing around Lu Shu disappeared. Clavel flew down with a small laugh. Little Lu Shu, you've become so strong. Thanks, Clavel. Even if she couldn't be heard, she wanted to answer a few of their questions. While this beaver was probably just an F rank, and Amapola was an F+ rank, it was considered a tiny overlord around the Golden Sap Forest. Lu Shu took away her attention from the dead beaver and refocused on what she was doing. While using a lot of enchanted growth in one creature will make it grow too much if I can share it with many. Won't it be perfect? Lu Shu waited for her energy to recover entirely and started again. Time flew by quickly, and after around 2 weeks, she finally managed to create a way to allow her roots to emit it passively at a pace slower than her ether mana and anima energy regeneration. This way, she could use around 70% of her regeneration to create berries while constantly using the last 30% to allow her roots near her trunk to release that energy in the form of enchanted growth. The effects wouldn't be noticeable yet, but Lu Shu could see the potential in this skill. At least, as long as she continued to grow stronger, she would become much more proficient at it. Every plant will be able to grow with me.